fight the power like BITCHUTE.
What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change.
The time is now, no bezel. I am God, the flesh is just a vessel. Last warrior standing after the smoke settle. Word wizardry, and none of y'all's on my level. Religious dickheads live on their knees looking to the sky. I put a hole between your two ears, piercing your third eye. Now the static in your attic, watching your soul fly. At nighttime I can hear so many souls cry. What's illegal is said to be a crime, but what's legal is more criminal than a convict's mind. Racist ideology, separatist paradigm. The yin and yang is a duality in my slang. When you battle the god, you're pissing in the wind, cutting off heads with words that come from within. Some say it's the ancestors I'm tapping in, or harness evil spirits from a jinn. It's just pure skills. Listen to my frequency as the god builds. No mason but stack bricks up to the gills. Tartarian skills, pulling from the ether aura of Earth's energy field. Yield, slow down and pump your brakes. Knowledge is wisdom and self, I put faith. To pray to a stranger, to me is just a waste. I am God, one and only soul controller. My heart is more cold when I'm sober. If you think you have a fighting chance, it's over. I come crashing down like a landslide of boulders.
Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, when everything seem to change. Kamikaze. Got 100 pounds of bomb on me out on Bible. If you sell it to me, you would die holy. I know creatures whose features change, shape shift, and the next day they don't look the same. I think we're pawns in this crooked game. I fill my heart with joy, but where do I put the pain? Where was my morals when I was pushing cane? In the gang doing 2 a days. If you a slave, it's because the system you behave. A beehive is a replica of the brain. A ant built the pyramids before the humans came. In a woman, the sun is furthest away. In the summer, the lightning comes before the thunder. Nothing comes before the mother. Moving cane don't make you able to turn on your brother. I got a magazine, don't make me put you on the cover. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change. Yin and yang, seasons change, everything seem the same. Yin and yang, up and down, everything seem to change.
Peace. Peace and salute. Salute and peace. I'm going to start it off with this. I was watching Joe Roganino and Peace Stationary Pizza and me. And I never knew that what is the building called? The Empire State Building was hit by a plane in 1930 something. And these are the pictures. And it was a big plane. It was like a military fighter plane. And the building laughed at it. I mean, look, that's all that happened. The rest of the plane's in the street. So it made me think about that other incident. And I said, you got to be kidding me. So you mean to tell me that that's all that happened, but magically the other building, it went through it. This plane brushed it off like a tick hit it, and it was like, I mean, I just, you know, personally, I don't even think planes were used, but yeah. And that was the argument I was going to state with the guy who wanted to keep bringing that fucking thing up, is that none of the parts was found in the street. Not a seat, not a tire, not a window frame, nothing. That's why they had to say the dang thing went into the building and came out the other side, which would never happen. Never. These things were built to take 4 of them. Peace, mind's eye. But yeah, I just wanted to touch on that because, you know, that little thing it made. And we're, you know, I'm going to look it up just to put the exact type of plane so I don't misquote it. You know, when you present the evidence, like I presented that, they said, but they didn't find any parts. People will dance around that. Even the pentagram, I mean the Pentagon, there was no plane parts found. I mean, I didn't know plane parts just disintegrate on impact. All right, Empire State Building. A B-25. So, from the United States Air Force. So let's see a B-25. A B-25 Mitchell. Let's see if I got a picture of this thing. It's a medium bomber plane. Oh, this thing's big, man. Who are they kidding? I mean, let's be realistic here with the evidence. So you mean to tell me this plane, B-25 Mitchell, hit the Empire State Building in, let me get the exact year, on Saturday, July 28th, 1945, Lieutenant Colonel William Franklin Smith Jr. of Watertown, Massachusetts, was piloting a B-25 Mitchell bomber on a routine personal transport mission from Bedford Army Airfield in Mass. Due to thick fog, the aircraft was unable to land at LaGuardia Airport as scheduled. The pilot requested, he tried to land in the Empire State Building. He was trying to land in the building. That was the problem. He said the building got in his way. All of a sudden, I don't know. Yeah, that's all that it made, was that little nick in the cement. And then they tell us that a plane, I mean, these ain't too much smaller than the other ones. You know, yeah. But I know people will argue, they'll make up fucking anything to defend that there was real planes, and that's fine. But I never forget watching that. And I'm like, when I seen it hit, my first thought was, damn, the people walking on the street are gonna get hit by tires, seats, everything's gonna come flying down. None of that happened. I wonder why. Christos, Maggot, Dom, peace. But yeah, I'm not gonna dwell on that topic forever. I didn't know about the Empire State Building incident, and when I heard it on this Joe Rogan clip, I said, oh, perfect evidence. Let me go look this up, and sure as hell, there's pictures and everything of it. So that's that. Yeah, I'll throw in a bonus picture. A boner picture of this. Boop. Yeah, I get it. The plane's hollow, but it's a fighter jet. And it's an older jet, which is probably built with heavy steel. But either way, man, there still should have been. Those planes were designed. Even the architect said they designed those buildings to take 4 747 hits. But you know, what's up, Dom?
Morning, Charles.
How's everything going?
For me, pretty well. Hope everything's going well with you.
Yeah, I'm alive.
That's a good start.
I guess I can't complain, right? Even though I seen a bumper sticker, the more you complain, the longer God lets you live. So I never stopped complaining.
Usually my buddies when work or whatever. I was going to say, Charles, usually when my buddies say things like, I have nothing to complain, I usually say joking with them, but if you did, what would it be about?
What was that? Sorry, I was reading Maggot's thing and I caught the tail end of what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. Occasionally a buddy would say something such as, I have nothing to complain. I said, but if you did, what would it be about? We say it jokingly with each other.
Huh. Shit, I have a long list. Maggot says, we spend a week tying steel just for one floor. Yeah, that building, I just look at it, I'm going to end it with, if they would have properly investigated that whole situation, they would have still got away with it because they got them in their back pocket. Thought. Common sense says the plane would have hit and then dumped into the street and crushed a lot of people. Because I never knew the Empire State Building got tagged by a plane, so.
Well, common sense with the whatever awareness a person has. I'm pretty sure they had shared something about possibility. George Bush, one of the kids, weeks or months earlier, I think it was weeks earlier, were doing some sort of inspection inside of those buildings. So some people have speculated maybe certain things were planted in there. Again, whatever went down that day, and let's say it was done mischievously, it's probably a lot of high-tech stuff. So
yep, I agree.
I know to have a hologram of a plane hitting something, that's one thing. You know,
That was my theory about Building 7, Dom. Was they had to cover up what they were using. You know, maybe frequency or holograms, all that stuff. Oh, shit.
yeah, it could be. It could have just been one big signal to the boys club. This is what we're doing.
Huh.
You know, when you start factoring in where were all the CIA people, why were they sent off to certain holidays during that day? You know, the Pentagon, why was a particular part hit when supposedly the day after some investigation was going to be on with trillions of dollars going missing? Once you start adding all that up, then you can throw out the black boxes didn't get found and all that. But it did still happen.
Don't forget that morning too. The military is running an exercise for that exact event, hijack plane, and it just they thought it was part of their exercise, right? It just so happens.
Yeah, and if you can share that information with certain type of people and they just can't grasp it, then you know you don't have those conversations with them because they're already going to favor whatever the mainstream said. But the thing is, one thing they're going to remember is, yeah, but the buildings fell down, and they're not going to remember all the other parts. And this is where you have to wean out majority of the people when you have these kind of conversations, because it's waste of energy. You know, not for the people that are talking, saying that, you know, was the moon landing fixed? Was Vietnam set up? Sure, a lot of those things are business as usual. You know, feed the masses what they want to hear, and the few that actually understand it, good luck trying to convince the masses that more times than not are walking around like zombies. And trying to convince them otherwise makes us a zombie.
Were you here for yesterday's live stream? I almost said show.
It's always a show. I caught parts of it, but go ahead. Please share.
I just wanted to play this clip.
What is counterintelligence? Counterintelligence, from a government's perspective, is taking information and data. It could be bad for the ruling regime. Finding ways to counter that knowledge, counter it. What you do, standard-wise, if you can't defame the person who's bringing out a truth or kill them, is to bring out your own heroes. Launch them well, finance them well into the same area. Saying the same stuff that others are talking about is called intelligence. Giving out facts. And once they have the following, then
it reminds me of Jesus, Trump. You know, they give you these heroes, man. And it's just, I see it so much now that even these platforms are picking up. For 7 years, people were calling us nuts and crazy and this and that. And now I see these high grade platforms talking about the same stuff we were. Trump too, spewing out everything we've been talking about just to pull people in. It's like, wow, this guy couldn't have said it any better.
No, it'd be nice to, if people have a great opportunity listening to Alan Watt, not Alan Watts, because there's two of them, hundreds of hours that he shared. Unfortunately, the fellow Canadian no longer with us. But yeah, that's just a scratch the surface. If people could spend and hearing a bunch of, I think he's posted hundreds of hours of information. You know, Alan Watts more or less goes into philosophy. He breaks down a lot of how the government systems are set up. Yeah. People have to do a lot of investigation, piecing things together before they feel as though they need to strike out against, well, let's say some conceived enemy, which usually is the masses. We do it to ourselves. You know, having a simple question about whether or not we did or didn't go to the moon would be, how does that help poverty? It doesn't. So then at that point, then you can start tracing it. Is it economic gains? More than likely. Is it to mislead the masses? No, it just keeps them motivated to be misled. Most people mislead themselves.
Like, fucking, I watched Biden's speech. CBS had this video, and I can't stand CBS, but I can't find where Biden said that about the Fs. They probably wiped that out. I couldn't find it video, so I don't know if it's true or not. I looked, did not find anything of Biden saying that, but he did say he demanded Texas take down the barbed wire, right? It don't make no sense. He's telling them to take the barbed wire down. And then in his speech, he said he is for protecting the border in the way he wants to do it. He's telling like the town of Texas that is putting that up to keep them out, you know, because some lady drowned because the barbed wire was there. Well, she shouldn't be fucking coming the right way, I guess, right? I mean, you know, I don't know. I don't have all the answers, but, you know, people say there shouldn't be no borders. I understand that. And then I also understand there should be borders, because either which way you choose, you're going to lose. There's going to be somebody that disagrees. But I understand both. You know, you got millions of people coming in. It could collapse a whole society, man.
I think, Charles, people have to remember, if they want to be using a little bit of discernment, Biden's reading from a script that's handed to him first and foremost. So it's not Biden.
Oh, yeah.
So now, if people understand about history, how the Roman Empire used to go around getting their certain people in their communities, strafing among their countries, so they would keep the citizens distracted. And also now, if people understand how America, let alone Canada, how it got developed and formed, is because of always foreigners. So that's not a bad thing, but they spin it like it is. And then what it does with the masses that are unaware, they start fighting about petty squabbles that they set up. That's where you have to start applying discernment. It's like watching TV. It's not a bad thing. You have to be able to discern, you know, why do they have background music going on? Why is it in a square box? Once you start doing that, then you start observing those things. But for most people, what they do is they feed you the information. Black Lives Matter, but then they control it from top to bottom. You got to get a permit. You have to make sure you have military. And even that, think about it. When they have all these protests, they bring in citizens of their own as police officers and military. The masses never get to a point where they're truly upset that they have to bring in a foreign military and call martial law. That tells them that they got them peacefully controlled. It's when you start having
Who's
that
always
kind of
starting the problem it's the police that usually jump off the issue.
the police, most of them that work there, they're just foot soldiers, regardless if they're in clubs and all that. Who starts it are people that are well orchestrated. They're in focus groups. They understand strategy to no end. This is how they sedate the masses on a regular basis as they're going on. When they do something like the impeach president, in this case, the last one, they're making all new laws while they're distracting the citizens with all the media coverage of an impeachment on somebody. If you do research, have they ever impeached a president before? No. What laws were being passed while they're doing all of that?
Clinton?
Sure.
He resigned or they impeached him?
Yeah. Doesn't matter. Remember, it's one of their organized people that they put in there. It's kind of like if somebody was going to rob a bank, you get a bunch of petty thieves robbing a bunch of little nickel and dime banks while somebody else is orchestrating robbing the real bank. This is the shell game, and they're using their media quite well to distract most of us, the ones that don't have different discernment. What most people are getting is knowledge. That's why knowledge is power for them. Convince the masses knowledge, but they're not understand, or let alone have wisdom, discernment of what they're really trying to do. You know, the whole thing about the moon landing was a distraction. Why? Because they were going to start removing the gold. They were going to start actually going with federal fiat currency. They understand what they're doing. The masses don't. What they're doing is they're just going to react. And when they react, how are you going to be accountable when you're just doing reacting? Be responsible. Do the research. It's not like as though they're lying, not leaving that information out there for everybody. You just have to gather all that information and then and only then start piecing it. And then ask yourself, what am I going to do with it? How does it serve to know all this information?
Yeah.
The ones that are truly doing things that are going to maybe topple some system, they're underground. The same people that are actually orchestrating all this, it's underground. If you're looking at the GA, you're looking at a distraction. You're looking at the governments of America, you're looking at a distraction. Now you can find out most of the head positions are run by Zionists. And what are Zionists? Germans. Does that make it a bad thing? No. It's what they're planning to do. And if you're on the side of business, it's business as usual. But for the rest of the people, we can complain about it if we want, but it'd be nice to complain about what you're aware of. And how does this serve? How are we going to be able to maintain if we topple the government? I'm just using as an example because it's not the governments that are ruling. They're upper management at a corporation.
I made this collage. Damn, what was the name of those? The gift. King Solomon got a gift from a demon. I think it's called the. I forgot the name of it. I'll tell you right now. Damn it. Should have had it prepared. Excuse me. The Shamir. So on the left, the two drawings is a gift from a demon, and they call it the Shamir. It melts all types of stone, like a what do you call it? A bore machine. It was used to build temples. Now I have a picture of the temple too. To me, it looks like the submarine on the right, which the billionaires use to try and look at the Titanic or something. And to me, they look a little similar here. It's kind of mind-blowing. And then, who is this? Georgia Tan. Somebody tell me, is that a woman or a man? I think that's a man. Anyway.
Oh yeah, we have a lot of fascinating technology here on the Earth, like Earth movers, just to see the size of one of those tires and how they actually have to do the logistics when you have to replace a tire. Future generations eventually, or well, even now, because of this technology, will be fascinated. How does this stuff come to be? What manufacturer makes that kind of stuff? You know, just be looking at an airplane should fascinate people still. How does it work? How does it fly in the air with all that tonnage? What does it do to the airwaves when a plane goes through it? Is it like a boat in water? You know, does it the waves of it? You know, what frequency gets affected by that? There's a lot of things to learn, guys. But a lot of times people just want to plot there has to be something to fight against, which is fine. I get that, you know.
So, another flaw I found. Okay. This is an old map of Antarctica, right? It looks like it's got a, what do you call that, on a bald person's head, a toupee. Right? It's not connected. This is the old version of Antarctica. Then it gets switched to this. Right? On the right is Australia, allegedly. But it says Terra Australis. Right? I don't think most people have pointed that out. It says Australis. Terra Australis. I've said Australia was a part of Antarctica. It's just disturbing how it keeps changing. You know,
who's high enough up there, Charles? Who's high enough to actually be up there and drawing that or taking a picture? More times not those drawings. Am I to assume that human had technology back then that was up high enough, or is that the moon? Somebody capturing something from the moon? Again, it's one of those questions. I'm going to keep it open for the possibility. Exactly. But we're looking at it like it's factual just because it's written. Like, who's giving us all these pictures? How did sailors understood how to, like, are they remembering everything, tracing everything? But how does it, you get an upper view if you've never seen it? And how can most of us confirm it? Because we've never seen it. So this is all up to, this is where we get caught up in our imagination. Just because the senses pick it, because the senses easy could be misled. So how do we know who gave us that information? We don't.
That's what I'm wondering.
We don't. So whether it's flat, the United Nations flag, they just give us simple distraction. We'll give you flat or globe. Well, why? It's because you see the Earth's surface and you see two objects in the sky. They're already giving us the controlled. And then we throw in all these pictures. I can use my imagination to make a whole bunch of stuff. And if I, it's kind of like the old thing, you tell them a lie enough, they'll think it's the truth.
Yeah, that's what George Bush said.
Yeah, well, that's an old
My line of work, I got to keep repeating myself over and over and over to catapult the propaganda. Or I forgot how he said it. So the truth could set in, he said, but it's really so the lies could set in.
Yeah, and that's spoken. You draw it enough or you read it enough and in books, it's the same ideal. So once again, me and Charles, we're chilling.
I was just pointing it out.
Yeah, no, I understand. Me and you are chilling. All of a sudden we see some creature they classify them as, interdimensional beings. How would we explain that to a whole bunch of other people? We would have to write all kinds of books, sell it as commerce, as religion or state. Next thing you know, we're in the village, not remembering our forefathers never told us that story. And when they did, was it controlled opposition? Forefathers that told us this story. Again, I'm just trying to entertain so this way people can expand their brain a little bit and maybe take in more information, opposed to just trying to, here's the two cubicles that I got and one has to be right and one has to be wrong. Once you start expanding, then you start seeing more parts, and then you start saying, well, geez, I hardly know anything. Bingo. But what you do know, try to apply discernment to it.
I think a lot of these maps, I personally think they had the technology to see from high above. They might have not had airplanes, but they sure knew that helium will rise you up. And you see, I find a lot of old 1700 drawings of, different types of ships that they put these helium like things on them, and the ship was floating. Like, I think that was very possible.
Yeah, I'm with you on the helium. Yep, they've talked about that. Putting all kinds of tonnage of satellites on helium. They never go across the moon, and that's why they do balloon recovery. But then that opens up another question. Am I to assume the same people that we think are enemies are going to also tell us the truth? I don't know.
Of course not.
Of course they're not. That's why when people talk about histories written by the victors, am I to assume the Bible, the Quran, the Bhagavad Gita,
same thing.
It would all have to be manipulated. Unless it was inspired to be written or spoken, then you have to go inwards then. Through inspiration, you'll grasp it. But then again, what are you going to do that with the information when most of your friends are asleep and they're saying that they're awake? Then you play a mindfuck game, Charles.
Like yesterday, the JG, I think his name was, he said, is the ice wall a theory or a fact? And I said, well, considering I never been there, I've seen pictures. Those pictures could be from anywhere. I've seen maps that show a circular barrier that contains the oceans, which makes sense if that's what it is. And I've never sailed there, so I can't say it's fact. So I would say it's theory. Other Charles, people would say it's fact. Say both.
You can say both. A theory is something you think up. Then once you write it down and documented it, now somebody will say it facts. But was it experienced and observed? Now you got to go beyond that. See, I can write something, and I've experienced it. then there's some fact to it, but with an experience with it, or I've even observed it. But when you have a theory and put it down to pen to paper, but I never experienced it or observed it, that's what people call fact. So it's a bit of both, but you have to go beyond that. Did I actually go to the arse wall? No. Did I actually see it from a lens? That's observation now. I could be in a spaceship looking at that. But did I actually go there? That's where people have to remember the experiencer opposed to the observer. We do more things through observation than we do experience. Should a person be rewarded by saying, well, I've experienced burning my hand? I said, yes, but who learns more? The many that observe the person doing that. So we're grateful for the one that did the experience, but most people want to experience it. Okay, well, then everybody start putting your hands on the stove. Then why? Because you don't want to learn by observation. So it's a bit of both. So whoever was saying that, whether he knew it or not, was being clever with himself. I said, because it's both, but you have to go beyond that. That's just knowledge.
Yesterday too, I was talking about I forgot what it's called, this cave system. The Zoom, I think it's called. Anyway, and this was in the cave. I think it's 6 miles long. And I was thinking maybe this cave system's the inside of a Titan, you know, that's been mud fossilized or whatever. You know, or people inhabited this cave and it was once, you know, but where would, I just can't see nature creating these round stones or whatever they are. They could be fossilized seeds. I don't know, but it looks like the inside of a stomach or intestines. You know, who knows? But this thing, he said you could fit New York skyscrapers in this caves. And by these pictures, I believe it. I mean, you see these pictures, Dom? I mean, it's amazing, the inside of these caves. I think that's what this guy's looking at.
Yeah, there's probably lots of caverns under the oceans, and that's probably absence of water. Like you said, this is probably under the earth. And we call it things like caves. Beautiful. When the guy was actually coming down, I guess, with the line there, it'd be like when people try to go the opposite way up a sequoia tree, for example.
What was that? The picture I had of him climbing in?
Yeah, going down into some sort of cavern or cave.
Oh yeah, this is the cave system. This right here. There's 40 pictures. I showed them yesterday on the live. I won't do all 40 again, but I mean, the guy said there's its own weather system down there. But man, it has trees in there, everything. He said you could fit skyscrapers. He's climbing a mountain in a cave. Like, I have some pictures of them climbing what would be a mountain or a giant rock, but it's under the ground. It's amazing.
Well, I wonder what type of mushrooms you can grow down there.
Right.
And again, it's underground, so I've always been curious to know, away from the sun's rays, I wonder if the aging process changes a little bit.
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe we need to go underground.
Then that opens why they're doing a lot of underground stuff, unless there's something else they know that's going to happen that the masses aren't aware of.
Now, this, you can see the city lights on the clouds. You see it? That's freaking amazing, man. That's the clouds or the spray, right? And the plane is flying above it. You can see the city lights on the clouds, and it's almost like you could get out of the plane and walk on them, right? Like the freaking level as ever. And yeah, I think it's an awesome pictures. And this is what I think our realm is infinite. It's my opinion, but
yeah, there's a good chance some of the former beings, I guess, they could channel or what's it called, astral travel, and they talked about possibility of different bodies of water surrounding different bodies of waters. They might even be going in the opposite direction, and this is where they get the concept of the ice wall and the land masses, such as Odin, Germania. You know, we literally could be in the village, when we're in the 7 dry land masses called the continents. And one big experiment, Charles. We're an experiment.
oh yeah, I agree.
Yeah. It poses more questions than any possible answer to a lot of these things. But if a person's been indoctrinated with either or, right or wrong, you know, positive or negative, the polarities, we're always going to lead there. There has to be an answer then. Who's to say there's a clear-cut answer? I pose that as a question, obviously. You know, I want an answer. Okay, well, pick whatever one and make that your life, you know.
I got some awesome pics right here.
Sure.
I'm gonna pull up of between the 1890s. That don't know, Coney Island was once called Luna Park. It was an electric park. Late 1800s, early 1800s. Can everyone hear me? It looks like my voice thing is disappearing.
I can hear you now, Charles.
Yeah, Luna Park is Coney Island, and it's an electric park. I got pictures from a bunch of different places. Between 1890s and 1950, in between there. This is the Eiffel Tower in 1950. Yeah, this pictures. I don't like these little skinny pictures. And I think this is Luna Park or Coney Island. And this is some parachute ride they had. Looks like. I think they turned this into a Ferris wheel. To me, that almost looks like it was an energy tower. But yeah. I don't remember where this is, but I just liked the picture. I liked how, you know, you look at it and the streets are wide. The architecture, it's just, I don't know. But this is Buenos Aires, Buenos Aires, Argentina, 1905. I mean, you know, for electricity just beginning, looks pretty damn lit up to me. Looks like it's been there a long time. This is Town Hall, Creighton. I don't know what state. Early 1900s or 1890. I don't know the year. I think this is an aerial view. I have no clue. This might be Coney Island. Some of these didn't have labels to them. It says the electricity building at night. That's literally what it says for this picture. This is Coney Island, 1905, right here. Here's Hanlon's Point. It's a baseball stadium. 1928. This is Detroit, Michigan. I think it says 1890. It's Berlin, Germany. 1929. Look at that. I think this is Coney Island. Let me see. All it says, oh, okay, 1948. Nope, this is, oh, it's Luna Park, Sydney. Huh. I thought Luna Park was Coney Island. I could be wrong. That's what it said. Because here's Luna Park right here. But it said Luna Park, Coney Island. No. This is Strawberry Tower, 1894. What's up, Christos? 1894, Strawberry Tower. Atlantic City, Boardwalk. 1911. This is a bridge, I guess. It says a bridge to the Parkdale Canoe Club. I think that's Texas. I remember this was Houston or something like that, or Texas. Oh no, it says City of Toronto Archives. Okay. I had this mixed up. Obviously that's 1915. Here's more of Strawberry Hill Tower. And I just added this in because this tower is dope. This is in Baltimore, Maryland. Here's the Wonderland. This is in Indianapolis, Minnesota. This is in Massachusetts at Revere Beach. It's Luna Park too. Coney Island, New York. That's what it says. Maybe there was more than one Luna Park in the world. And the symbol of Luna Park, you could look it up, is a crescent moon, obviously. And this is more of Luna Park. But that's what I got. Oh, Christos bounced. Known for that. He's like a ninja.
I guess, Charles, that's why we have, like, in past the industrial age, you know, when we start thinking about when the cars first came to be, and then you look at how many cars were built, how many roads were built. You know, when you start looking at mountains or sides of mountains, and all these roads are built. It's one of those things, are we that advanced as a species? Do we work better when we work collective? Because today when you see how roads get built, you're like, why is it taking so long? I said, because back then that was what they did. Like when you see all the highways throughout the world to accommodate all these cars, and trucks, and now you're looking at it from another caption of all these buildings. And this is all done in a short period of time, 1 or 2 centuries.
Right.
And then when you compare it to today, because most of us are in comforts and we're doing other technology, computer stuff, for example. So it looked like, oh, they just built that overnight. Who did all this? Was it a bunch of little creatures?
What about all the sand? Because I remember watching this video, and the guy was like, it's $1 trillion business. He's probably exaggerating, to get sand from the ocean because it creates a better concrete. He doesn't know if it's because of the salt water or what. So they take tons and tons of freaking sand off the coast, and especially Florida. And then they wonder why sinkholes are opening up. What happens when you keep taking the sand out? It's got to replace it. It's going to slide down if anyone's ever played in sand or dirt. Mm-hmm. So it just makes me think, how much sand is used to build a highway, roads. Not all roads are tar. Highways are made from concrete, if I'm not mistaken.
Pavement and concrete, yeah. Again, we're always disturbing something in nature, whether we're building the tunnel that they built from England to France, or those things in Japan where they made in the water like an airport, like a land, building like little islands, so take from one end of the earth and bring it to another end. That could be a disturbance. So it's like when you move one animal to another part and it doesn't have a predator or something it can feed off of. Again, we're doing our own manipulation. Maybe whoever created all the other stuff, whether we call it gods or whatever, they probably spent who knows how many thousands of years making sure everything interconnects. But there is a destructive and constructive in nature, so I can't see why whatever we create or whoever creates it for us, it would not be the same ideal. It's just that we get caught up thinking, well, we don't like it. I said, well, that's part of nature. Got to take the sweet with the sour. What comes out must come down, kind of ideal.
Christos.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Chris.
Yeah, I've been really enjoying the pictures and topics recently, Charles. And
thank you.
I remember
it's not much.
But you also got the premium package of StreamYard as well, and it's been a good look, bro, with the backgrounds as well as the little logo squares up in the corner, and the moving backgrounds. Yeah, man, it's definitely been a step up, and it's been good to see. I never brought this word up when you were talking about Zeppelins and blimps. I should have just looked it up by now, but it's called dirigible or something like that. It's another name basically for like a flying craft using that type of technology like a Zeppelin or a blimp does. I don't know if either of y'all ever heard of that.
First time I've heard the word, Chris. Yeah, first time.
I'm looking it up right now. There's just certain words out there that are more obscure, but can be used instead of the words that we normally use.
I think the blimps. I have some pictures of blimps using heavy spotlights, and I think they were used. They're quiet too, for the most part. Imagine flying one of them. You could drop bombs and shit in the war. You know how many bombs you could fit? And one of them things are huge. Like I was looking at the blueprints to them, and the hangers they would use to build them. These things got like housing, a whole kitchen, a movie theater, all this stuff in there. It's pretty interesting how they're built, and it'd be pretty dang quiet. And I got pictures of them in the war being used, and like I said, they have these huge spotlights on them. So I don't know. Just like I wanted to speak in a little bit. I'll wait till after you finish what you want to talk about. But
all I was saying is dirigible. So go ahead.
dirigible?
That's the word, dirigible. Yep, and it's just another word for airship.
I wish I could share my screen, but I can't. Because I don't have hotspot. But
Do you
sand.
I
I wanted to
was about
show
to
them
offer,
sand.
but go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to. I have a picture somewhere. I just don't want to dig it out. I screenshotted it and made a picture. But sand is like 90% silica. Is it silica? That's the word I want to say. But I think most of the sand comes from these silica trees. And when I looked up sand, I think it was Divergent mentioned it. So I looked it up. And sure as shit, man. It's mostly silica. I could be using the wrong word, but yeah, silica base. Because there's so much sand everywhere, right? And and it turns to glass when you heat it up too, right? It's crazy. It makes me think what these big trees used to look like. They even use silica. Do they make silicone or no? The computer parts are made from silica to hold memory. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Like Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
Why it's called that? Yep.
This place probably was so beautiful, like Avatar. And then some little which cells in your body are bad? What do the white blood cells fight? I mean, the white blood cells. They fight off parasites, right? I was gonna say something on a micro level, but yeah, parasites came along and they seen dollar signs or whatever they saw. Who knows the true stories to how these big trees were cut down, and a lot of speculation. But one thing, I feel like if we traveled out of this realm, out of this mined out pit we live in, there's still trees like that left in the outer parts.
It's like that movie. It's like the movie where the dinosaurs, they crash their plane and then they land in the land of dinosaurs or whatever.
Park.
Not that.
Jurassic Park.
If it was a little older than that. It, Land Before Time.
Yeah.
No, that was a cartoon, right?
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, no, that's all right. But it was just the concept of like, places existing within this realm, like they're a separate realm at the same time. That slight paradox as well taking place. Like you were talking about the other day, underground, like cities underground, or whole worlds and realms that are, beneath, for lack of better words.
Yeah. People say, oh, the North Pole is the entrance to the inner Earth. Oh, really? Because I think there's more than one entrance. And they state there's one in the Amazon jungle. I showed the map that showed like
that would make
it looked
sense.
weird. Yeah.
That place is strange in a good way. There's a lot of wild, dude. It's like the most biodiverse place on Earth, from what I know. One of them.
And there's
So many
people
different
there
types
that
of
are
plants
90,
and animals.
bro. Yeah, they're 90 climbing trees and shit like it's nothing. And in the Philippines, like a lot of these jungle places, people live to be 120, probably longer. Yeah. It's probably true. Like I have to find where I read the temples all around this realm. The temples were connected underground. It makes me think about these trains the government has that connect all the continents under the oceans, and yeah, you know, it would be
Well,
cool
it's
to
like
find
the pyramids and the ley lines. You know, it's not too far off. As above, so below. There would be some type of network underground as well, kind of mirroring what we've seen with stuff like the pyramids across this realm, and how they correlate with the stars and cosmos above. It's just like, yeah, you know, Dom was talking about internalizing earlier, and it's you know, we talk about balance, you know, but at times within this realm, I think it's arguable there's a preferable path per se, whether that's the balance or one of the per se deviations, left, right, up, and down. You know, just understanding the utility that exists within those deviations, you know, and that even the middle path of balance is, I guess, program within itself. That's not judgment. It's just an observation. Y'all got it.
this map right here has so much detail. You know, I forgot I always forget the damn person's name. I know the map's from like 15 something, so they say. And, you know, people will argue that it's for decoration because there's only, this is like a one of a kind map. And I think, though, a lot of this is true. And here, Australia is a part of the Antarctic Ring, which is dope. There's whirlpools in this one. You got the cathode and anode mountain on either side of the North Pole lands. Big sea creatures. I don't, you know, 1500s ain't that far back. All this shit, when they pick rocks up and they be like, this rock is 23 million years old. Like, come on. Like, who falls for that shit? I laugh when I hear that shit. I'm going to start picking stones up outside and be like, this rock is 1 billion years old. Blemmies. There's all types of stuff on that map. And,
well, you know, what about like the concept of like someone that could like touch something and somehow be able to like per se upload information or data that's compressed into the tree or rock? And I'm not, I don't know. It's just the idea that, you know, we could develop ourselves, our internal tools our being to feel into things and connect with things outside of ourselves. And not maybe not per se get like some type of exact number registering to us, but you know, getting a better grasp of like how long has this thing existed? You know, how far back does it go? I forgot what that's called, but I've heard medicine men talk about it. Basically emptying yourself and then letting that thing, just the information of what it is, come into you.
Thanks for coming up, Dom. I guess he had to go. I didn't really have anything planned for this live stream. I'm just like, just whatever. That's why I put open panel. Talk about whatever.
You got the link dropped again? Or no, I dropped the link earlier. I'm sure it's still up. Yeah, I'm just doing some stuff in the background as well, but I figure I'd come up and chop it up a little bit.
Yeah, we got to get OTW to come through.
Yeah, for sure.
OTW, we dropped, like, has good topics. And he has a lot of information and wisdom.
Yeah, he's a good dude. He's definitely spent some time studying different things when it comes to esoteric knowledge.
He's good with music too, man. That's what makes it even better.
Yeah. It's you know, it says something about someone's mind when they're artistically or musically inclined. More malleable mind, you know, more dynamic. It's just like people that know multiple languages.
Yeah. I seen a chick that
like
knows
what
5
Tom was
languages.
saying earlier. There's more. They have a more expanded mind per se.
Yeah, writing poetry, you got to expand your you got to expand
Way of
words.
thinking.
Yeah, piecing together words, and you know, I don't do all them triple entendres and all this stuff Eminem does.
Super technical, like, you know, almost science. Yeah, I know, not scientific, but yeah, the shit that they were doing in schools, getting real technical about this amount of words on this line. You know, there's a reason for structure, but yeah, I know what you mean. Not so rigid.
Yeah, I mean, M's one of the like illest lyricists. I can't take that from him, but it's funny growing up, man. When people would always, when I would rhyme, wherever I went, people would say, compare me to Eminem, or, you know, oh, what you want to be like Eminem? When I clearly started writing probably the same time M did. He wasn't even relevant, but I bet you he was writing. But
that's corny. You know, it's like someone's white and they rap, so
yeah,
let's compare him to Eminem.
Yeah. Or Vanilla Ice. That was said a lot too. Oh, another Vanilla Ice. That would piss me off, because to me, Vanilla Ice, you know, whatever. He can write music. I give him that. You know, some of his stuff's good, but he wasn't like a lyrical master. To me, I'm into the Killer Priests and RZA and Jizza and just the lyrical, like KRS One, or could go out west. People like trying to think. Damn it! I could picture the artist's name, but I forgot. I mean, I could picture him, but I forgot the name of the artist out west. Here's OTW. What's up, OTW?
Hey, nice.
Jay Heighton, Faceplant, Maggot. Peace to everyone. Damn, what's the artist's name? He's in the Four Horsemen. It's Corrupt, Killer Priest, Cannabis. I forgot his name, man. That's crazy. It's terrible. There's a lot of lyrical people out there. You know, anyone could write a rhyme talking about guns, drugs, the same old shit. But when you start talking about real life, like I know that's people's real life, but broaden the horizon, man. Uplift the people, their children too that listen to it. Drop some knowledge, something. You know, a lot of these rappers don't care, and they blame the parents for letting the child listen to the stuff. But a lot of times, the radio plays obscene shit too. But like imagine, you know, me playing Old Dirty Bastards album. Ooh, baby, I like it raw. My mother would take that tape out and fucking launch it, step on it. You know, my mother didn't play. She didn't want to hear that type of music. It's gonna poison your brain. People should listen to that song by the RZA called Tragedy. He sampled it from an 80s song. And the chorus is like, falling on your head like a tragedy. I forgot who sung that song. I'm gonna tear it up. In your bathrobe. You should be like Ghostface Killer in his bathrobe with the Wonder Woman bracelet. He had that huge eagle on his wrist. I'll never forget that. The RZA and the meth had fangs. I always wanted a pair of them gold fangs. The Grave Diggers. Those gold fangs, man.
Yeah, I think that's another reason that I resonated with you when I found you out here on these streams and YouTube, bro, is your appreciation for the era of hip hop that you have. When I was in high school, I'm about to be 26, bro. So I'm young per se, but I definitely started getting into the boom bap 90s era hip hop, more type rap when I was in high school. It just was better than the 2000s or 2000 teens and all that shit that was hip at the time. It's but yeah, you know, like Wu-Tang. You know, we were talking about Wu-Tang with what's his name? Mental Ninja as well as Dark Chameleon. Those are some good streams, bro. You know, talking about certain, not even just Wu-Tang, but you know, again, like Killer Priest with Wu-Tang and after. I'm glad you restreamed his. Yeah, I was gonna come up and say that actually. I just felt inclined to. I didn't, but yeah, man.
Yeah, I miss Dark Chameleon coming up, man. What up, though?
One second, bro.
Yeah, the 90s is the holy grail for hip hop to me. You know, 92, 91, you know, KRS-One. And yeah, there's a lot of forefathers
Yeah.
to it. But sampling is the foundation of hip hop. All this new stuff, it's cool. But there's nothing like watching a producer. Like I watch sometimes how they pick samples. What's that damn producer I watch a lot? I can't think of his name. I was gonna buy one of his beats for 600. Came out. But anyway, when they pick records, like he'll have a crates and crates and crates of records, and he buys like all types of shit. Russian music, Polish, polka, like anything, just to sample. You know, you'll find something to sample. It could be all types of music. And to me, that introduces you into other types of music. And it, like I said, it broadens your horizon, man. There's more options. It's like a thesaurus in a dictionary.
100. Expanding the paradigm.
Yeah, that's what I
There's a
meant.
different word I'm
Expanding
looking
your
for.
horizon, not broaden.
Well, both, you know.
I'm gonna find
Up,
this producer.
you know, outward and upward, or however you want to look at it. Expanding in all directions, per se. Pause.
That shit's crazy when they say that. You can't even eat a hot dog without them being like, it's great. This new generation's something else.
Yeah,
man.
bro. That is. I will say this. I hardly say pause because I do see that motherfuckers be saying that shit a little too much to the point where it's like you don't even have to say pause for that shit. Like no one was even thinking that way, and then it's like you can't help but think a little bit. Okay, is that like a Freudian slip or revealing of somewhere in their psyche or consciousness? But
It makes me wonder who's gay, man. Right? Now I'm not saying you, but
yeah, I'm over here playing
when
this
they
game in
do
the
that, what are they
background,
worried
just
about?
fucking yeah, bro. No, when people get real defensive or like triggered about that type of shit, yeah.
Damn, where the hell is this dude,
Just the
man?
it's not like we're detectives, but when there's context clues, there's context clues, and you observe and take note. You don't necessarily have to like fucking go down rabbit holes or follow threads and be like, it's just like the motherfuckers these days, like the Cat Williams shit. I heard people making a good point that we already know at this point they do that weird shit in Hollywood and all that. So we need to stop acting surprised or like it's some big deal that Cat Williams is saying what he was saying about people getting popped in the ass and all that shit. Like, yeah, they're on that time. They're on that time over there. That's why we shouldn't, that's why more and more people are not supporting that industry of Hollywood anymore. Not acting like we're doing some big boycott or anything, but gay or not, the fucking depravity taking place in the upper echelons, bro. It's undeniable. Whether that's sexual abuse or like financial abuse or, controlled op and psyops and terrorism, the whole 9 yards. All these different things, bro. Yeah, but no, I see like content creators or per se influencers, that like, I guess people a couple years younger than me or like, a decade younger than me. These motherfuckers they're watching, bro. It's like these big YouTube stars and shit.
Sorry,
Christos. No, you're good. I'm just saying they're like definitely subtly pushing some strange shit on the low. It's just like in the kids' cartoons, or the movies. Oh, there. We don't need to get paranoid, but we have to stay aware. They are putting those symbols on kids' toys and shit. They, you know, whether that's like conscious and intentional, you know, that can be argued further. But yeah, that I there is some type of underbelly shit going on here, underworld, under the table type shit, undeniable. Now, to what degree we want to say that's going on, you know, that's up for debate. Whether it's the adrenochrome route or, you know, it's just simple trafficking, you know, it's the dialectic chaos. There's so many different ideas and narratives at this point for like what is, you know, what's going on in reality. You know, keeping people in a chaotic, confused state. We already know what the word is. What is the it's the post-truth era, postmodernism. Motherfuckers are literally calling this the post-truth era. And Charles, just the other day, I was trying to find this artist, this UK psychedelic artist, and I was having so much trouble finding him, bro, with the keywords. It's like you have to know the person's name exactly to find their website and shit, or you won't be able to. Like, they make it possible to find like independent, not impossible, but I definitely see how they've like been brushing up and scrubbing the internet with information and, you know, legit, authentic resources, bro, and real on the ground people. It's crazy. You really gotta flip through the pages, but I guess that's what researching is. You know, let's us not forget.
Kimba said, "How do you handle yourself in a chaotic state?" Well, I would first, if there's time, I would be analyzing the situation and either get away from the chaotic state, unless you're with your friends, then you try to calm it down. But if you're in a chaotic state, your best advice is to stay calm and don't be chaotic yourself. The best way to think and get out of something is to be calm.
Yeah, it ain't no lie, or it isn't a lie, you know, how fucking focus on your breath, get into the body, get out of the head,
Yeah.
get into the body, the psychosomatic connection.
There's been times I'd be so calm. Like one time I was in a fight. I swear, man, I was so calm. It felt like everything was slow motion. It freaked me out. It freaked me out. I was so focused and locked in.
Adrenaline dump.
I
I missed a little bit of what you were just saying. You were talking about being like zoned in or something.
Yeah. Damn. 6 people just dropped out. Like they dropped out like it was
someone else needs to hit the link, bro.
Huh?
I said someone else needs to hit the link.
Yeah. I would have sent a link to Dean, but it's so early for him, you know, that it's a shot in the dark. He's sleeping. OTW said it happened to him before. Yeah. I don't think it was a dump of adrenaline. I wasn't, because I've been in the fights and I doubted myself and I would lose. And people have told me, as soon as you doubt yourself, you already lost. Never doubt yourself in the fight. So, and then I wouldn't doubt myself, but I would be kind of nervous, and I always wanted to go into a fight, even if you're just boxing, sparring, or playing around with your friend, fighting, but you know, not an actual angry fight. But even them too, you want to go into it nice and calm and your mind state got to be clear. And I swear, man, you know, it's like things slow down. And you could do that with anything. You don't have to be a fight.
Yeah, manipulating your perception of time. You know, because if bro, I've talked about this before. It's just a simple concept. You know, I'm sure other people have had the same train of thought, but it's like, if perception is reality, you can, you know, manipulate how you perceive your experience of time and space. Then you can manipulate your reality. So it's just a matter of like unpacking the idea of, you know, you create your own reality, you're manifesting your own reality. It's not this woo shit like people want to disregard it as. You just have to break it down a little bit, unpack it, look at the pieces. It's like taking something apart to fully understand how it's working inside. You know, perception is reality, you know, and there we are in this simulation, or however you want to call it, this realm, time and space. There is the XYZ axis, you know, width, depth. There's the box, thinking outside the box, and there's the fucking circle inside the box, or the triangle inside the circle. Micro to macro, the patterns as we speak on and know. Yeah.
You running a live stream, OTW?
Oh shit! Did OT pop up, or is he in the chat still?
Yeah, he's been in the chat for a while. Don't tell him to come up.
Good shit. Salutes. Salute. Like flow state. Fucking.
Yeah, the most powerful weapon in this world is your brain. But the most physical, or, I mean, no. The most powerful weapon is your brain, but the second most powerful weapon from the enemy is the TV. And I say that, yeah, you can watch TV and tell the difference between bullshit and real. But most people can't. You know, they can't even tell the difference between the AI generated picture and the real picture. It's getting to that point where they're blending reality and fiction so good. You know, NASA shows CGI pictures and people think it's real. They'll look up in a telescope and see how the planets really look, and they'll still think you can go there and land on these planets or these wandering stars, right? It's just, man, that psychological warfare is deep. Go to McDonald's, get some French fries. That'll sit in your stomach for 16 years. People don't think, like, has anyone ever cleaned their car and found old McDonald's fries in between the seats?
Huh.
That could have been there for like 10 years and it still looks like you bought the fry yesterday or that morning. What the hell do you think's going on in your stomach?
Bro, people be doing internal cleanses, man, and like, you know, basically you can have more fucking nonsense crap backed up in you than you may think, even if, and you realize this when you fast, because you get to a point, you know, once you start getting to the almost around a day, or, you know, maybe even intermittent, depends.
You're still pooping.
You get to a point where you feel like you've digested all your food, like your stomach feels real flat. Like, yeah, you feel empty, but then you'll have like that one more time the next day in the morning or before you go to bed where you're going to the bathroom. And then you realize then there that, you know, some of us aren't as connected with our gut microbiome as we may think. You got the link pinned, right? Or you got a link down there?
Yeah.
All
I mean,
right.
I ain't gonna go too much longer. You know, people
Yeah,
ain't
you're
gonna
good,
come
bro.
up, so I might go 2 hours. I don't know. People are dipping out. It's crazy. Like some people complain about the topics, but if I put open topic, or I even tell the chat, put some topics. What do you want to talk about? Talk about anything. It's crazy. Like anyway, it don't matter. I'm not even gonna say none.
Yeah, it's just it's the cosmic paradox at times. You know, want it, don't get it, don't want it type shit. And that's not rule of thumb, obviously. It's not like everything's inverted like that, but there is, you know, there's an underlying paradoxical nature to all of this shit. You know, but that's just the thing. People can forget sometimes the whole point of a paradox is that it can be resolved. It is being resolved. You know, it's the whole paradigm and concept of it is locked in with resolution. You know, it's just people, I guess, somewhere along the way gets caught up in the illusion.
Let's see if Dean's up.
Becoming a victim or solely becoming the character rather than acknowledging there's the authorship. You know, you are the author, you are the character. You gotta be both.
What's up, bros? Good morning, man. I'm making some coffee. I'll be back in a second.
Hey, peace. Yeah, man, Charles, I like the aesthetic that you have going with your channel, and especially the old world stuff. It's just definitely giving me an appreciation. You know, like we were just kind of touching on the Zeppelin blimp stuff earlier. Dirigibles, still kind of saying it wrong, but yeah, Dominic even put it in the back chat. Oh, here we go. This should be fun.
Hey, do you know me?
Of course we know you.
I don't know you guys, so it's news
Yeah,
to me.
you do.
No. Did we talk before?
Yeah, we all know each other here.
Well, where do I know you from?
What's up, bro?
In the groove, you remember MC Nemesis, right?
Oh, yeah, man. For real.
What from?
From these panels?
We've been on a panel together?
Yes,
Come
bro.
on, bro.
You hop on live panels, dude.
Yeah.
Come on. You've ran into us before. It's not the first time.
But I
Yeah.
don't remember. I mean, I just don't, bro. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Anyways, what you guys doing today? Like, what are you talking about today? I saw Project Bluebird. I don't know what that means.
We're talking about the Lord, man.
Is that what Project Bluebird is?
No. Project Bluebird's Twitter.
You mean X? Twitter doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, it does. They just changed their name.
No, like Twitter was liberal media. X is conservative. Well, not really.
It's all one and the same. Left, right, it's the same birdie.
No. The American symbol was stolen by the Democrats from the Scottish Rite.
This is Rich. I'm glad he hopped up, Charles. We can start turning this around. Maybe someone else even hop up now and get a whole panel going. Into Groove, thanks for hopping up as well. I saw you had changed your name. I know there's a lot of like daddy talk going on in some of these communities. I didn't know if it's just like from watching other streams and communities that you changed your name to Into Groove as your daddy. I was just curious.
Actually,
People have been changing their names lately in different communities, and I know there's some crossover here and there. Go ahead.
no, actually, that's my message to Google, since they've locked me out of my channel and it won't allow me to speak to my subscribers or answer my phone calls or my emails.
Oh shit! Okay,
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, bro. Since they got me on their mind all day, I'm their daddy. I'm renting space in their mind, bro. They got to censor me for 1,000 viewers. You know what I mean?
So you've been
damn, you got him with that avatar as well, man. Hold up, MC Nemesis. I'll keep it short. That avatar, man, is definitely like getting my eyes a little bit when I just start looking at it.
It's supposed to move. It's the Doppler effect, but it came from a gift.
It's working.
The ripple effect.
It is moving for me a little bit. It's weird. But, I mean, that's a pretty cool visual optic trick. But, so you say Google has been censoring you. They've censored me as well.
Right. What you think about Google, man?
Anytime you push anything that's conservative, whether you realize it or not, they will try to ban it. But they don't make it obvious. They don't ban everything. But they just
you think that's part of their, like, I've noticed the government, they play the good guy, bad guy, whether it's 4 or 8 years, they'll do the good, bad, good, bad, good, bad. And then, it keeps the people divided and it keeps each side happy. Yeah, it's very true.
The Democrats are what you're thinking of. The Republicans, the conservatives are the good force.
Oh, come on, bro. You can't really be on that shit.
When Trump does nothing again,
how old are you, bro?
There's a lot of fake Republicans, like we call them rhinos, Republican in name only, that do not govern conservatively.
Well, who's a real one then, right now?
Yeah.
Ron DeSantis.
Oh, no.
DeSantis? So you believe in lockdowns, bro, and people who are whistleblowers for the state when they're lying and got documents to prove it, they should have their house raided? Is that conservative?
Hell no.
I don't know what you're talking about, but
well, you need to do more research on your boy, bro, because that's what he did 2 years ago. Look it up on look up Ron DeSantis raid and listen to him speak about it. He has no shame.
Well, you realize that no politician is going to be perfect and they're going to make mistakes, right?
Right. So why would I want to pick one to be my leader then, bro?
Because you don't have a choice.
I do have a choice. I don't vote.
You're not your own leader.
I don't consent. Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Ron DeSantis ain't my leader, bro. What are you talking about, bro?
Wait.
How old are you, bro?
Forgive me for speaking it.
You need an administrative leader, bro.
Hold on.
Do you get government checks?
Hold on. I want to tell you,
right?
Maybe you are your own boss. Do you own your own business?
Yep.
Yeah. I'm self-employed,
got my
LLC. I own my own land. No, I'm not even an LLC, bro. I'm my own country.
I'm bullshitting, bro.
Okay. So I'm not running your own company, which is very valuable, but you're still not immune to the law.
I am the company here, bro.
Yeah, but the law.
I'm the top of my pyramid, like I said yesterday. Does that make it clear?
But the law.
What law? God's law, natural law. What about that?
You can't just if you go into a supermarket and take a hockey stick to a supermarket,
I don't do that, bro. I don't need a piece of paper to tell me not to do that. Do you? Man, y'all gotta get on some shit, bro. How old are you, bro? How old are you, dude? If you don't mind me asking.
Let's focus on the issues.
What generation are you? I'm a Gen X, dude.
I'm a millennial, 1993.
Are you really? Okay, well I wouldn't have guessed that. I thought you were older, bro. So that kind of
Wu-Tang and Gravediggers came out.
I'm a millennial.
I'm 48, bro. So you think you're gonna tell me about leaders?
I'm 62.
Yeah, I mean, like I know in my life, I lead older men. Yes.
No, you just sound older with this conservative and
I'm
kind of a voice.
42.
That's
Well,
all.
no, a leader, it doesn't like it's a talent over tenure. You could be 60 years old and be led by a 20-year-old. It just depends on who's your leader.
So hold
What
on.
do you thought? What are you leading? What are you leading to, bro?
Do you
Sorry,
think
dude.
Trump is gonna get in?
Well, it's a hierarchy in the Grove.
Oh, is it? Is that what it is, bro?
So what I'm trying to explain to you is about the censorship issue. PragerU has had over 100 videos removed, and they did not violate terms of service at all.
Hey, bro,
That's
I can tell you,
communism.
it's not just conservatives, bro. I'm not conservative.
Yeah, but why
I'm a
did
musician.
they remove PragerU's videos from YouTube whenever they didn't violate any of TOS?
Well, because it makes people, it convinces people like you that there's some false dichotomy fallacy going on here. That there's two sides.
So you think
There's a
that
good
the reason
force and a
that
bad force.
YouTube censors PragerU is because they are creating a narrative that is harmful. Like they're saying things that they don't want them to say.
You're assuming that. Do you have proof to back up your claim of that? Is that's their reason?
Yeah.
Because you know what they told me they were
So you
censoring
can go
me
to
for?
PragerU's app.
I'm not
They
going to
have videos
I don't
on the
need
app that have
PragerU,
been.
bro.
They have a
Why
whole.
you
Yeah, Ender Groove is right on this. Ender Groove is definitely on point. It's the
No,
false
he's not right, and I'll
dichotomy.
tell
Yes,
you
I
why.
am, dude. I've been
PragerU
on.
has had
I've been
over
on
100
YouTube since.
videos removed.
I've been on YouTube
PragerU is
since
completely
It's in a
2016.
playlist on their app, which is free, by the way. Anybody can watch their
Then go
videos
on their
on their
app,
app for
bro.
free.
Then go on
So
their app. Why do they
Grove
need to
is
be on
wrong.
YouTube? Who owns? Do you know? Who's the CEO of Google? Nemesis?
What does it matter?
Because he's a member of the Council of Foreign Relations. That's why it matters. I'm asking you a question. Do you know how to put a piece of information together, bro?
CFR.
What are you talking about? What rant are you going on?
The leader of your platform, YouTube, that you're on right now.
No. I am on my primary base is X, not YouTube.
Then why are you here, bro? Then why are you here? Well, how did you stumble on this panel? You don't even remember being here before.
This is the only.
Did God guide you here for some correction, bro?
I don't use YouTube for any other reason besides this.
Besides what?
Besides getting on people's panel and talking to them.
Okay, well, what do you want to talk about today, bro?
Yeah. What's the difference between the left and the right?
Hold on, I got.
All right, let's erase that.
Hold on.
You said you're a conservative. Hopefully you don't piss in the wind.
Hold on, I gotta take a piss.
Handle your business, bro. We all men here, bro. Just don't show it.
Because I just want to know, what do people think? What excuses is the right gonna have? Because I always thought the government is truly for the people. There'd be one. Why does every other country have one government, but yet we have all these different branches? We know why, but other people just don't seem to see it.
Bro, I watched a video yesterday on the Sam Tripoli channel. I like Sam Tripoli. It's about the only thing I go to. Bro, the one he's got on there with Esoteric Eddie, talking about the real rulers of the world. Bro, if people just spend 2 hours on that shit, bro, they quit all this bullshit talk, bro. Like, you know what I mean? There's no left, right. There's no Ron DeSantis. Like, this is fantasy land, bro. Come on, man. These guys are millennial.
Trump ain't gonna do nothing, bro. It's gonna be another year, right? They got all these excuses. Trump ain't even convicted on anything, and yet states don't want him on the ballot. Like, since when does the Constitution allow that? Like, these people break all types of laws, and nothing happens to them. They do whatever the fuck they want. They'll rewrite it, reroute it. And no one seems to care. They still vote.
All right, here's my theory, bro. Because it's all a big grand scheme plan to have the American people lose faith in their government and demand a better one, and they're going to bring in the better one they want, the one world. How else do you explain all of this shit, bro?
Yep.
That's why they don't fix homelessness. That's why they're letting people flood into the borders. That's why everything out their mouth is nonsense.
What president threatens their own people? how dare you protect the border, right? Like Adam Calhoun said. He said, it was funny yesterday. I should share his short video on my community page. He hits the screen when he comes on the video. He goes,
Oh shit!
talking
Hey
to
guys, I'm
Biden.
back.
He
Sorry, I had
said,
to take a piss.
he said, Biden sends soldiers and money to other countries to protect their border, but is against the United States protecting their own border because Biden's pissed that Texas is blocking the people from coming in the country illegally.
I thought
He
they were
told them
two
they have
wings
to.
on the same bird.
They are. I don't trust none of them.
So
Left,
if they're
right.
two wings on the same bird, why is the left wing attacking the right wing?
Because you just missed the whole point of the
Because
conversation,
it's part
bro.
of the plan, bro. Divide and conquer. They're putting
He
on a
didn't-
show. As long
he
as
didn't
we're
hear the other
arguing
part.
and fighting behind closed doors, they're all one. You can't figure that out by now. I don't know, bro.
Behind closed, so you know what
Nem-
goes on behind closed doors.
Nemesis, have you ever heard of these terms? Club of Rome, Trilateral Commission, Council on Foreign Relations. Have you heard of any of that at all? Have you just heard of it?
Yeah, like just heard of it. Yeah.
Have you looked into it?
No,
Then why are you coming into these conversations then, bro?
because I don't know about it. What did you say?
Well, then you need to go read some books, homie,
Hey,
or watch
shut
some
up,
other
shut up.
videos.
What's it called?
Home Skillet.
What's it called?
What's
The
up,
book that you
Kimba?
want me to read.
Hey, bro, I'll make it easy
Type
for
it-
you.
type
Don't,
it in
don't
the
make
back
me sick
chat.
Kimba on you.
Type it in the back chat, and I'll research it after the show.
I'm gonna send you to one website, dude. And this guy's he loves Jesus, bro. So you can go watch his videos.
Okay, but I'm not leaving the stream to go do that. I'll do it after the show.
All right, well then you need to listen a little bit more before you interject. You don't mind,
Well, I
right?
can't interject what? What are you talking about, you fucking prick?
Uh-oh.
I'm not interjecting shit. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. God damn.
You done? You
Nobody's
done with that, bro? You done with all that shit, bro?
Shut your fucking ass. Quit being
No,
rude.
you shut your fucking ass, dummy.
Oops,
Yeah,
somebody
he's
fell.
having a tantrum already.
That's all
Damn,
good, bro.
someone
It's,
fell off the cliff.
it's a natural defense of the ego when it gets bruised. I get it, bro. It's some good medicine. He'll burn about it, and he'll be better for it.
Put him on a timeout. Let him think about what he just said.
He
He's a
just
good
screwed
boy.
himself right at the end.
See, that's why I wasn't gonna let him up. Because I questioned it in my mind. I said, every time he comes up here, he doesn't know nothing. He's going against everything we say, and that's fine. He's, I'm for free speech and free thinking. You can go against everything. That's fine, but don't disrespect people around here. That's when you get booted out.
You're right, Charles. And that's the statement I want to make right now. With all these streams, bro, like, we're socially interacting as if we were in a group. Like, if we're a group standing around talking about something, and somebody just pops in and barges into the conversation, hey, guys, I don't know what y'all talking about, but, I mean, that's just rude on a social, human level, right? Have some respect for other people. At least get a flair for what the conversation's about and then get in where you fit in, bro, right? I think it's a tactic they're using to disrupt these streams is they come in and they just, I have no idea what the stream's about. I'm new here, but I just thought I'd pop up and interrupt the conversation. Who does that, bro?
Dude. Hey, Christos, remember that last guy that came up and he's like, he did the same tactic. He was like, I don't know nothing. Inform me. This is the second.
The porn bomber as well, by the way, ETT.
Yeah.
He low-key put up a pornographic thumbnail on OTWs that same day after he came over here because he was getting triggered and he kind of following the same route that it went here with what's his face.
Yeah, bro, they do the same.
Nemesis. Yep. And they're both obese. They look very unhealthy, and their mind and heart controlled, as one may say, by dogmatic nonsense. It's corny, and they come in here trying to act like in good faith, like they're I saw it right away. He's done it before. He's done it on other panels. He acts genuine, but it's very obvious.
Yeah, bro, it's the pattern they all
turned
follow.
into what it turned into.
Yeah,
What's up, Kimba and Joe King?
Good morning, everybody.
Peace.
Yeah, man, this dude, I don't. Everybody knows like Dennis Prater, right? Like what he is. Dude's a small hat, and
Yeah, bro.
you know the whole.
Yeah, I
what is
wasn't
his
gonna let
thing?
him up,
Right.
but
What's his?
I gave
What's
him the
his Dennis?
benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. Like if you're bringing that here, that you know, that's from years ago when we all started getting into this stuff. Like, oh, maybe Prater's a good guy or something. That's that's
Yeah.
years and
Yeah,
years
he's
ago.
trying to get people riled up, man, and cause
Yeah.
chaos. He knows the buttons. He did it before in the groove, so I already seen where he was going. I said, "Oh, time to go."
Yeah.
He's trying to piss in the groove off like last time.
Right.
So maybe he looks like the bad guy because I'll actually say something and everybody goes, "Why you gotta be so mean, bro?" And then we spend 2 hours talking about that, right?
No, I like your arguments in the group. I do, man. When you're you know, you're on the right side. Every time I seen you, you know, get into it.
Yeah, man.
You got good points and stuff, man. You know.
Yeah,
what I
he's
mean?
on
So,
point for sure.
yeah, exactly. Just so don't back down. Some people are real good at it. For me, I'm just like, shut up. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not a good debater.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, it becomes at a certain point, you know, with the whole debate thing. It's like I know Charles has spoke on this, and maybe some other people as well. You know, at a certain point, you know, a lot of these debates kind of will turn into like intellectual pissing contests or like spiritual pissing contests, and it almost becomes more about like using tactics like a lawyer does to play the game and to get the one up in the situation, rather than having an actual exchange and sharing awareness in regards to truth.
In freshman college, I took a class on writing debate essays, and this is one of the top 3 valuable things I did learn from university, bro. Fallacy logic, bro. There's a list of fallacy logic terms and definitions on even Wikipedia, bro. There's a lot of them, but that's the tactics they use. They come in here with fallacy logic, and it's how people win debates, but it's not truth. It's a way to win an argument, attacking somebody's character, straw man arguments, circular logic. Those are all tactics, bro. That's what these trolls, whoever they work for,
I see.
Or if they're just programmed, that's what they use, bro. Fallacy logic.
Not necessarily get to the truth, but to win the argument.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No matter, I see. Yeah. I never studied any of that stuff or thought about it, you know.
Dude, fallacy logic will tell you everything you know about debates, bro.
Do I know you guys? When he came up and said that, I said, "Come on, dude. What do you think we are, man?" I felt insulted.
And like your channel's so easy to find randomly anyway, right, Charles?
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
It used to be hard back when that thing was going down, man. My channel, you people would type it in, and you had to put the exact name of the title for it to come up. Now I think it's pretty easy to find, but
I couldn't even find my own channel and videos searching myself.
Yeah.
When people sub me, it's weird. They're like, it's hard to find me. So like a couple people sub me recently. They're these weird channels. They're knockoff channels, and it's like, I don't know. It's really weird, dude.
Yeah, dude.
It's like someone sends these people to test my patience, and they want to they probably record, so then they could say, look, Chuck isn't open-minded, or he's isn't a free thinker, or he isn't about free speech. He wouldn't let me speak on this, and they come up here, but we give them the benefit of the doubt. They always show their true colors. They don't last long. They try to press my buttons, but it don't work.
Some of these
if he was really up here to learn something, bro, he would have asked questions or at least sat back and listened. Yeah.
How are you going to come up to a topic and say, I don't know about anything?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. These corny motherfuckers, dude, they remind me of these people in community theater when I used to be in there, when my mom used to do. I swear, some of these people on these channels, man, that dude's, But you're awesome, Charles, man. I'm going to go get some breakfast. But Christos in the groove, and who's this right? Oh, yeah, Kimba. Have a good morning, guys.
Yeah, you too.
Thanks,
Joe. Man.
I'll be
Peace.
listening. Yep, peace.
See, even Jay Hyten was saying when he was up here, this guy isn't smart. You guys are wasting your time with that guy. He
Oh, we
comes to
know what
every
it
single
was.
channel and troll to deviate the conversation. Yeah,
Yeah.
like the time with that September situation. He's like trying to debate on why you think no planes were used. Like, it's common sense. If you've done the hours of research or search, you've looked into it. Like, I looked at that thing from every angle because I raised real questions that deserve some answers. And, you know, you could tell he didn't do any research for him to even say that planes were. He hasn't even researched plane crashes. I showed pictures earlier of the plane that hit the Empire State Building in 1940 something. Yeah, and the Empire State Building laughed at that military plane. You know, it made a little dent in the brick. That's it.
Yeah, and commercial airliners, if they hit a bird with the nose of those planes, it'll dent the nose. A bird.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're lightweight. They're not.
Look at this in the groove. I made this collage.
Yeah, I saw that earlier when you posted it.
Shamir. What are they celebrating? What ritual was it to send these people under there? It seems like they're communicating. I mean, if you look at the Shamir, they were used to build a temple. Now, I don't know what it's symbolizing, but they just look too. I forgot who put this together. So I was watching some video, and the guy, when this first happened, someone had pieced this together, and I said, "No way! Let me go look it up." And sure as hell, man, they looked alike.
Yeah, and you mentioned Solomon earlier in your example, something about the gift. Got the gift.
King Solomon.
Yeah, well, one of
the gift right there to the left. That's the gift, the Shamir.
One of the guys in that sub, I think it might have been the son. You know, there was a father and son on there. One of them had a name that was translated to Solomon.
Huh.
That whole event was definitely a symbolic ritual. It had to do with the astrology. I did a deep dive on it. I was on it from the get go, and there's videos out there about it. But people still think that's a real event. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah. It's like, what's real anymore, right? It's
not
like,
much.
imagine the first time they tested the people. You know, like, they probably faked wars on us. You know, so much shit that it's hard for anyone to believe it was bullshit. You watch a movie and they could fake war. They could fake so much in a movie. People think they can't fake the news or anything else. It's so easy to set up. I don't know. This
what's up,
world's
Kimba?
fucked.
How you doing, Kimba? I didn't shut you out.
She isn't there.
Oh, she left?
Oh, now she's here.
Okay, there she is.
Here.
All right.
I'm here. I'm here, and I can go deep with something. I can write. I have a couple. I'm always just waiting to dive deep, waiting for the other ones to out. But anyway,
I'm down.
I can go with like what Christos was saying about how we're here. Hold on a second. Let me grab these two books real quick. I'm not gonna read nothing. Just hold on. Hold on one second.
You can if you have to. I'm gonna get me a car. I want a car just like this Nuremberg carriage. I'm gonna get me a car like this, man. And they say people weren't intelligent back in the day. I mean, come on. This is an electric car. I'm gonna buy one. Look, he's even got spinning rims on this. Look at his wheels. It's got the sun for the bolt. I mean, these people are already pimping back in the day. They were pimping their carriages out. Like Pimp My Ride. Bitch.
Okay.
You already know.
Oh, sorry.
Pimp? Are you a pimp?
Okay.
Or a
Okay,
Sam?
sorry. I just woke up. Okay, let me go. Let me know when you guys. Let me know when you gentlemen are ready for me.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna write off of what Chris was talking about before. Like, let me know when you're ready. I'm gonna write off of what Christos was talking about before you guys were, interrupted.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
ready?
go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, and this is gonna. So just give me a minute because this goes deep, and I'm gonna try not to get all sidetracked. Okay. There are books because nothing is coincidental to me, and I got to put this on screen. I don't even want the camera on. Okay. There are books they are now selling out in the store. They did not sell before, my friends, okay? And they just started recently doing. So I correlate, this off of that. You see that when you start to read the world, you can tell when things are coming into play, whatever. So they have a self-Reiki book now, which I've been working on, okay?
What is a self-Reiki?
Heal yourself by...
Hold on. It's a little blurry. It says...
Self-Reiki.
I don't know why it's blurry.
It's just
there we
doing
go.
Own personal touch on you. These points act up.
Oh, they're teaching you how to molest yourself. I'm joking. I was stupid.
There
but,
we go.
Yeah.
Self-Reiki. It's just a matter of touching yourself and healing yourself. Okay? So there's a book for that. Now hold on. Then there's a book, and I don't read books, so I started to get them, right? Then there's one for trigger points right here, which of course a lot of people's trigger points are acting up, okay? So it shows you how to go in, massage without, relying on another person because of why the whole, the C word, the lockdown or whatever, okay? Then I got this one for stretching, okay, and how to stretch properly. Now, look at it this way, okay? We do this, and this, I bounce off a mind's eye with this, okay? And I've been trying to go deep with someone on this. They got us looking at our phones, so we're doing this, right? We're hunched over and doing that. Most people got this hump in the back of their neck now, right? I worked long and hard to get my hump out of my neck.
I do. Yeah, sitting in the school chair is all messed up too.
Exactly. They even design chairs rounded to fuck up your body. That's what everything, So if we do this long enough, you're bending over long enough and doing this, you are now caving in all your organs. You're caving in your organs and your lungs. Now, for people like me who are 50, and we done put our body through the ringer, through the medical establishment and wanting to try research medication just to get paid. Dumb decisions I made when I was younger, Now we have to heal ourselves. I have to heal myself. So now I literally have to walk upright. We should be working on our vagus nerve. This is something the medical establishment won't even tell you about. Our main nerve through our body is called our vagus nerve. Okay, so like for me, I'm having to walk upright like this. I can't hunch over. As soon as I hunch over, I feel that energy. I feel it coming up my spine. It comes down and it gets stuck and locked in my hands. It gets stuck in my arms and my hands because they did carpal tunnel surgery on me. If I would have known now what I know then, I wouldn't have let them touch me. But I let them do carpal tunnel surgery. So it was like they tied me off the hand area. Now I'm working my ass off over here to get energy to escape my body, because as soon as I sit like this long or do anything, I'm like, oh, damn, and I start hurting. And then I have to go for weird device. This is a massager. If I put this thing under my arm and I have to actually walk around and work, it keeps my body loosened up so it doesn't go dormant. Now let's go one step further. When our bodies go dormant and you're going further, looking in this device, Now you got a Homo sapien. What else looks further like this, like this? What else does this? What else is like this? Oh, probably aliens, okay? Now, there's a different way we should be breathing. Also, check this out, breathing. Again, something they will not tell nobody about, okay? When we used to breathe, we used to go in, you used to suck your belly in, right? And then push out. You don't even breathe that way anymore. Now, when you inhale, you got to push your belly out. So you got to go and push it out. This way, you're pushing all those cells out in your body. You need to get that oxygen back in your body. Due to what? All the crap in our food, the air, here, down, below, you know. So we're having to push that oxygen out in the cells of our body. And I've been doing it. And when I do it and breathe the proper way, I literally push all that energy. When my arm will be like this, and I'll be like, oh, damn. And I want to, you know, I want to freak out. I push
Flex
all
again.
that.
Look at Kimba's diesel, man. Flex again. Show your muscle.
What?
Kimba's been working out.
Anyway, no, I have. But
that's a good though. To get your blood flowing, that's really good.
But you know what I mean? You got to breathe, belly out. Exactly. You got to push those cells out in your body. Why? Our DNA is being activated. We as people are evolving. And I think it's funny that people don't even think that, because I'm like, we were caveman. You know, it was ooga ooga back in the day. They drugged the woman by the hair. No technology. We are evolving as people. But if people keep walking around like this and looking at their phone, your lungs cave in, you know, you got that big hump. So that's why I've been working over here like a motherfucker, walking around like this. It's quite frightening. It's really weird. I got to work with this thing under my arm, sometimes an ice pack over here to keep my energy down. Take flight. You're going to go like Superman. Not kidding. You think you're going to go, what jump? And you're going to go somewhere, but you're not. And you tend to panic. See, I'm experiencing all this myself. I feel the energy going up my spine. I feel it go whoom, out my shoulder blades. And that's when I'm like, oh, damn. And then I grab an ice pack and here goes my massager. But then I keep working. So they don't put this stuff out in the public for nothing. This is all set in place, you know? So, and I pick up on all those signs. But that breathing is very important, because if you breathe and you're still sucking in your stomach, you don't need to. We have that other brain down in our solar plexus. You need to be pushing that puppy out. Okay.
Yeah, stretching is very important too. It's something it's good practice just to keep yourself, especially as you get older, you know.
Yeah, so can you guys hear me?
Yeah, man.
Oh shit.
So that's what I've been doing for good.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, stretching is definitely like you know, a good rubric. I'd say, you know, the whole yin yang duality thing that exists with a certain degree, to a certain degree, in this realm, we could definitely classify stretching as yin, as opposed to, you know, going and working out at the gym or doing some calisthenics at the park or whatever, or, you know, going for a couple miles run. That recovery aspect, the working in to balance the working out. Stretching is totally something that's underrated. It's something that I've been re-implementing slowly but surely. And actually, like last night, I was very conscientious of doing it, as well as this rise, doing it right before I go to bed and as I'm waking up, because we can definitely feel less powerful, feel, you know, just, you know, less able as a physical being if we're not giving that care and that inward energy, healing energy, you know. rolling out, stretching out, getting the lactic acid out after doing a heavy workout or a long run.
Breathing is very good. Like, there's times when I feel angry or anxiety, and I start to take deep breaths and breathe, and believe it or not, it works. It blows my mind.
Because often unconsciously, or we start breathing unconsciously, you know, when we can start following certain thought patterns or thought forms, and, you know, yeah, we get to that place of realignment, recognition of what's going
It's
on,
easy
and
to stop,
observance,
right? Yeah.
letting the emotions go through you and experiencing it, not attaching to it or being pulled along by it.
Yeah, it's easy to panic. Like you said, Charles, when you panic, like for me, I can panic very fast. And just lately, I had to recently stop, and my son helps me with it because he's 20 years old. He's a natural healer. He could just sit in my presence, and I feel calm. He has to actually stop or get, and I'll be, you're right. But I go into deep, you know, because I've had years of being on medication, you know, for anxiety. I go into that, okay, all right, you're safe. You're good. You're just sitting in your house. You know, you got to go into that self-talk. You're good. No one's near you. Why are you freaking out, woman? You know, you got to, and it does work. We just, we as people put Band-Aids on shit for so long, you know, due to the lovely system.
Jay Heighton said, "You will release all of your carbon monoxide off your body if you breathe the right way. Plus, you will be able to get a good night's sleep if you do it right before sleep."
Oh yeah. Uh-huh. That is actually when I do it, Jay. Especially, Charles, like a lot of us in the group, if a lot of us go to bed at night and we're still thinking about this, you know, sick world and all the crap that's been done, for me, that's when my anxiety can really pick up. So I lay in bed, and for like 5 minutes, I will do that. You know, I do it like 5 times, just 5 or 6 times. It don't even take that long. It's a couple times. And you instantly feel your body switch into that mode. And now you
Uh-oh. Kimba disappeared.
Yeah, so
I'm here.
There was a little saying that I
ahead, Chris.
forgot. It's not coming to me at this point, but it goes along with what we're talking about. It's basically the idea that the trauma gets, you know, stored physically in you. It's that crossover between physical and metaphysical where, you know, if you have some type of traumatic experiences, it can actually get lodged energetically in different parts of your body and eventually manifest into physical ailments or cancers or sicknesses. So when people say it starts from the mind, you know, there is some type of truth to that. If we're going to look at the mind as something that's able to perceive as a tool, you know, things that are extra physical, metaphysical, supernatural, spiritual, energetic, for the, you know, just certain keywords to throw out there, you know, connecting with the subtle body,
Yeah.
and understanding that stuff gets stored non-locally but also locally, and that would be, you know, in the tissue. That, oh, the issues are in the tissues, like you gotta shake it out, like literally, you know, exercise for that sake of moving the interstitial fluid, but as well as getting that energy off of your field.
Yeah, Christos, I'm glad you just said that because our body does hold memory. And for me, because I have chronic nerve pain, when I have been doing these certain stretches and self Reiki, or even because I have a massage table here, even have my mom or son give me a massage, let me tell you how serious it is. This is why I understand a lot of people don't want to address it, how a lot of people may want to talk about it like it's a new trend thing, like you learn about it. But when you actually start doing it, it is not a joke. It's not fun. After I've been, after I've had my massage and your nerves down on your spine, I could go so deep. I'm not going to go right now. They get all knotted up. So, like for me right now, I'm having to remove those nerves, and I can go down the whole medical system almost. That's how I'm getting over here. Those nerves down your spine are very important. Those nerves down your spine are acting up everything in your body almost. What they're doing is they're bunging up around everyone's spine. And when they bunge up around your spine, they cause spinal issues. They do. So, like around my spine, you can feel how it's bulging. So, I've been having, like I told my mom and son, work it out. Move it out, move it out. When they move it out and get that trauma, like you said, because I had 50, or not 50, probably about 30, 35 years of trauma built up, you actually start shaking and convulsing afterwards. It's scary. You cry intensely, and afterwards I'm walking around like, your body is convulsing. It's not. That's why I'm like, when people want to talk about it, it's like, but have you experienced it? You convulse, the tears flow. It's all like you said. It's that trauma coming off your body, and then every time you do that, your powers pick. And the more, if you go back and heal, like me, I've been healing everything back to my childhood. You will go way back to when you were a little child. And then when you go way back to that, you realize how you were, who you were, and you go back to being your true innocent self. See how that works? But it's hard. It's very hard because a lot of us have been through trauma. And what I'm going through over here, I wouldn't wish on anyone to do unless you're ready for it. Because it's crazy. Okay, I yield.
Yeah, speaking of massages, I know one thing I'm dying for, and I need it terribly, a fucking foot massage. My feet are so tense on the bottom. When I just touch them myself, it's so much relief. But I need somebody who knows what they're doing to get in there and they probably walk different. You know what I mean? That's the one thing I wish I could get is a goddamn foot massage. Dude.
Yeah, because that's your nerve endings,
Yeah.
So yeah, that will help the whole body. Yeah, it helps your whole body.
What the heck is this, man? This looks like one of those portals. That's what a doorway is, a portal. But who would build such a thing like this, right? Just a walkthrough to enter, maybe to enter property, but
well, it's almost like the that archway in St. Louis. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And they said they built that because it's right beside the train that runs westerly. But they call that like the gateway to the west. That was when they were expanding. The train system westwardly. But what a gaudy, and you can apparently go inside that thing too. It's like it's tunneled and hollowed on the inside.
Interesting.
Which is ugly, like.
I put the cosmic egg in to look up different cosmologies, and this picture came up. It's pretty interesting.
I like that one.
When you cut, what was I gonna say? There's something I was thinking of, like when you cut the umbilical cord from the baby and the mother, it's like taking the training wheels off a bike.
Yeah, they definitely do that too soon after birth too in the hospital.
It's like going from a crib to a bed. That was bad analogy, but the first one was better, taking the training wheels off. It's
Well, and it's like we talk about trauma, and again, I've talked about this many times, but the whole circumcision thing. I mean, what more obvious example of perpetrating a trauma on a child than that? You know, a 1-week-old baby, sexual traumas. Disgusting, man.
Yeah. Yep. That's why I said to get all that trauma off your body. There's even trauma, we haven't even dealt with, or we probably don't even know of. You're aware of. Like you didn't even think of before. And that's sitting on your body, like Crystal said, holding memory. It's sitting on your body, and that is what causes sicknesses and all. Man, they separated the spiritual realm to bring in the medical field. That's all they did.
Look at the Egyptians.
I believe we couldn't heal ourselves. Yeah. But we're gonna
Tell me they didn't know what they were doing. Look at the crack in the firmament, or what they call the Milky Way, and look at forgot the woman's name that's arched over like this in Egypt. But yeah, Kashu is in the center. I forgot who's laying down, and then who's the arch, the woman. Maybe somebody in the chat knows. No.
I didn't know she had a name. I didn't know that thing had a name.
Yeah. I could look it up.
Is that the one that's associated with Easter?
No.
Well,
That's forgot her name, but I know what you're talking about.
Ishtar
That's
or something,
Isis.
right?
Yeah, Ishtar.
Right.
Yeah, no, that's not her.
Because it is. I've always wondered about that whole Easter egg on Easter, because that has nothing to do with the Jesus, the resurrection.
No, the Easter egg is think about it. Bunnies don't lay eggs. Chickens do.
Right.
So what the hell is going on?
Right. Yeah, exactly, bro.
Bunnies don't lay eggs, okay.
And that's, I don't have kids, but if I did, bro, I would. Well, I say this, unless if my woman was, that type that was really big on that kind of shit. But there's no way I would tell my kids about no Easter Bunny, no Santa Claus. You know what I mean? Like, we just went through life as kids, and everybody's just playing along, and nobody had a question about that, bro. Like,
yeah.
Right.
Well, Santa, Satan, NASA, T-. People don't get. Listen to a NASA countdown. They say T-, 10, 9, 8. Now, people say, well, what do you mean, Chuck? It don't make sense. T-. Take the T and put it back in NASA and tell me what you get.
Yeah.
It's like Satan, Santa.
Oh, I didn't get that. Wait, hold up, swolled up. Charles, say that again. Okay, NASA.
Look at the word NASA.
T. I don't know about this. NASA add a T.
Write NASA down and put a T with it.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Get Satan.
I got it.
So when they're doing their countdown, someone pointed this out. I forgot the name of his channel.
Okay,
it was like, he played it. He played the recording. It was T-, 10, 9. And I said, holy smokes, man. How come I never thought of that? And I've heard the countdowns over and over. I think it was Free Your Mind TV. I think that's the name of, no. Is it Free Your Mind? Oh, excuse me. But either way, Feed Your Mind.
Gesundheit.
Sorry, Feed Your Mind. That's a good channel, Feed Your Mind.
But another thing that popped up for me the last few days is because we're all talking about Texas, right? The Texas is an anagram for taxes.
Oh.
I was thinking about that a couple days ago. Like, isn't that odd?
Interesting.
It's an anagram for what in the groove? What? Anagram
Taxes.
For what?
Taxes.
An anagram for what you said?
Texas and taxes, yeah.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Texas and hexes.
Okay. Oh.
I went to Texas and some lady put some hexes.
That just made me think of if each state has a different name. Oh, has a different hold on. I'm gonna Google something. Hold on.
Well, I looked into Louisiana on the same trip, yeah. And because they always told us it was named after King Louis. And then I'm like, okay,
King
well, Louis.
Oh, okay, King Louis, yes. The 14th?
Yeah. One of them, yeah. But we have a St. Louis. We have a Louisville, Kentucky. There's Louisvilles all over the place. But the deeper I looked into it, I can't remember exactly what I came up with. It's tied to the Jesuits. Because there's a big
Look at the
Jesuit
West
connection.
Main. Every city has a West Main, I've noticed. Anyway, go ahead.
No, it's fine. Because I often wondered why Louisiana is the only state that has parishes. And the parishes ties to the Catholics, which is tied in with the Jesuits. And there's a big connection with Louisiana, especially New Orleans. And like you mentioned that Loyola guy, Ignatius Loyola. We have a Loyola University right there in New Orleans. But all the way up from New Orleans to St. Louis up to Chicago, there's a definite Jesuit connect. We have a lot of Jesuit schools here. Yeah, and why does every state have the same names for the same places? Like there's a Paris, Texas, and then there's a Paris, Georgia, and it's like every state borrows the same names over and over. We can't come up with different names. And we have a lot of biblical names here too.
Yeah, that's interesting because maybe they're trying to mock somewhere else.
Okay, look. Now you guys said that, I'm looking it up, okay? You know how a lot of the words, if you look them up in Latin, they will give you a meaning? Okay, listen to this. I just looked up a couple states because there's got to be something behind it. Okay, right. I put the meaning of Georgia in Latin.
Okay.
It's called tilling the ground. From French Georgia's Latin for tilling the ground. Okay, now Florida. I wish I'm not going to write them all down now. I wish I could, but I'm not. Okay, but now Florida in Latin means flowering Easter. Now let's go to Alabama. That's what I'm saying. It's like, really? I know there's a deeper meaning behind everything, but even the states?
Yeah.
Okay, Alabama. That's it. What does it say about Alabama? Oh, okay, here we go. In Latin. Figures you would hide it from me, Google. Hold on. Can't make that shit up as soon as you think about it. Oh. This just says a river from which the state was derived. Okay, well, I failed on that one.
I think about Mississippi sometimes too because it's got ISIS in it, and it's just a weird.
That's where they get the saying, "It is what it is." ISIS. No, I'm joking.
Okay. Okay, let's see. Mississippi in Latin. It says Great River. Great River. Okay, that one's Great River in Latin.
Okay.
But like, there's got to be, you know, a word for probably each state. That's crazy. Let's try New York. Let's see what
Yeah,
they
and
give us for New York.
I pointed this out before. If you look up the names of national monuments, which are actually just natural places that they named, like that Devil's Tower in Wyoming, that's the first national monument was Devil's Tower. And the Indians had a different name for it. They called it like Bear. It was either Bear Mountain or something like that. But they intentionally had to name it Devils. But if you look at the list of all the U.S. national monuments, not all, but an overwhelming majority, probably 70% or better, are named after something devil or something evil. It's not like God's Mountain or,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? If we're a Christian
Yeah.
nation, how the hell they got away with that for so long, naming everything after devils?
Right? The symbols down to everything. I know what you're talking about. Down to every little thing out there. Yep. Everything. Okay, listen to this real quick. Look. It says, what's the Latin word for home? Domus. Domus. Now think of this, like a dome. What about the dome over our head? Domus. Oh my.
Yeah. They always call your head the dome, your dome piece. Don't make me punch you in your dome piece, as we used to say when we were younger.
Oh, okay.
Take a shot to the dome, man.
Yep. That's that, and you bring that up. I'm looking at architecture. I'm gonna pull some pictures up that align with they use architecture is the same as the human body. We're gonna get into that.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I was just thinking that when you was talking about dome, right? You say that's above us. An anagram for Earth is heart, right? So that would be below the head. So I was trying to think of soul. Well, that would be the sun, I guess. And then I was trying to think of some astrological alignments to put everything else together. But there's some. I mean, who decides all this shit? That's what I like. These Latin roots of words. Like, I'd like to know who.
Well, so
Yeah, like who decided these words even? I think you might have cut out, Kimba.
Who started it all? Who started it all?
Yeah, exactly. Like I had a friend on my Facebook that posted this
Yeah,
little
who
TikTok
started
video.
it? I've been wondering for a long time how far it goes back and who started it all. Like, was there a main person? Was it even a person? You know what I mean? Was it something not of this realm?
Well, the farthest I got back when it comes to language, and this is something Seven Serpents spent a lot of time talking on his channel about, are the runes, right? Those old symbols. And they do resemble the letters that we use in our alphabet. And but who created the runes? And then you have to go further back than that, right? But the rune symbols are also used in electronic circuit symbols. Like when you diagram out an electronic circuit on paper, they use symbols for the transistor, transformer, the resistors, and a lot of those symbols
you see here
are direct runic symbols. So if you want to talk magic and alchemy in these technologies, there's a link right there.
The chakra system, in the way. Whoa, she got a peepee. But and then they got this right here. It was a whole bigger picture, but it's explaining. Where's the other one? Like this building.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, look at. Oh, wait. Hold. I'm sorry, Charles. Can you
What?
go back to the picture right before this one? The one right before this one. No, go. Keep going.
It's the same
Go
one.
after that one.
That one.
That one right there. Okay, but the words at top. I want to see the words. You have sanctum.
Like sanctuary, right?
I'm thinking the body. Think of the body. Sanctum.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
okay.
your sanctuary.
No. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Your sanctuary. Let's see. I can't even say that. I'm trying to think of what they could possibly. Let me look it up in Latin. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Because a lot of stuff I'm seeing is either like Latin, maybe Greek, something like that.
Or German.
German? Okay.
No.
Oh, I know what it was.
Me and Lisa used to do this with like the planets and everything. And they all did, yeah.
Well, a guy posted a TikTok video on my Facebook the other day. I didn't watch the video, but the caption on the video said that English is basically just Hebrew with reverse phonetics. So that basically
etymology a lot too.
English would be like a reverse speak of Hebrew. And I don't know if you've ever looked into that whole. Reverse. There's people who analyze speeches in reverse. It's kind of like playing a record backwards. But there's this guy in Australia, and he's kind of suspect to me. His background, like I looked into him when he first came on the scene. But he was taking like Obama speeches and Trump speeches, and the premise was that you can kind of tell the truthfulness of statements by playing them in reverse.
Yeah, wasn't the one that Obama did? What was it, Hail Satan or something?
Yeah,
yes
we can. Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. And just to prove, excuse me, it wasn't bullshit. I just took a toke of this fire bomb herb, choking. But I did it myself. I downloaded the app to play stuff in reverse, and I said it 3 times. I said it slow, fast, whatever. And when I played it backwards, sure as shit, man, the person wasn't fronting. I said,
that's good
man,
to know,
yeah, he's not bullshitting. Because you could do it yourself. Download an app that lets you play your voice in reverse, and it'll do exactly what he showed.
I'm sorry.
Now go ahead.
Okay, now let's go to the second word. I'm not cutting you off, Charles. Sorry, I heard you. The second word, I just looked it up, and this is why this is crazy. The second word that Muhammadapan, okay, whatever, I can't say it.
That's the heart.
It says in Latin. Exactly. Okay, now listen, Charles. Yes, it says in Latin, when there are several mandapa in the temple, us, right? Our temple, it is the biggest and the tallest. That is our heart area. Now, I'm going to go to the other word.
And I didn't even look that up. That's the crazy part. I'm just going by the picture.
Exactly. The body.
I don't know what any of these things mean. And the dua, the dua stamabam or whatever, that's the reproductive system, probably. Watch.
It is probably. I'm going to tell you right now. Okay. Hold on. I got to put in Latin, though. In damn Google. Hold on.
Because in the Tree of Life,
Google,
that book I was reading, they were explaining how the Bible
listen
is
to
aligned
this. Oh, Charles.
with the human body.
Yeah. Go.
And they were explaining the Ezekiel, the spine being Ezekiel's, the fucking ladder.
Jacob's ladder?
Yeah, man. I can't think. The herb is so good. Jacob's ladder the throne of God is the third eye and all this stuff. And I said, man, that makes so much more sense. And when you look at the Masonic symbolism, you know, each Boaz and Jachin is the left and right brain, and just everything makes sense. And even the static floor, well, yeah, I call it the static floor because it reminds me of the old school black and white TV screens when it'd be like, shh. But yeah, even architecture is created like the body, and they're probably tapping into energies we can't even understand. Like people just look and see, oh, that's just a pile of bricks shaped. They don't see the rebarb inside of it that creates the current of electricity that flows through it like a serpent.
Okay, now Charles, do me a favor. Guess what that third word is. Tell me what you think the third word is, and I'll tell you the definition in
Reproductive
Latin.
area, the penis, the phallus, and the woman's.
Thank you. Okay, there you go. It says the whatever that word is, the Devastamabhaga, whatever, refers to the flagstaff erected in front of the Mahangamapada, whatever, you know, the other word before, of a Hindu temple. Yep, and below.
Hold on, you're kind of borging out,
Yep, these are all yep.
Kimbo.
This is deep.
Whoops, let me put that back. I also think some architecture mimics our realm, because the domes, like a lot of the Capitol buildings, for instance. Let me pull up a thing so you can understand what I'm talking about.
Okay, wait, Charles, let me come back too. I'm gonna back out and come back, okay? So I'm not lagging. Right. Okay.
Well, I could tell you this with 100% certainty: the Louisiana Capitol is definitely an obelisk.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's got a little courtyard in front of it that has the like the Masonic square and compass design. Yeah.
Like this picture, the dome part, the tip would be like Polaris, and then the dome, well, actually, no, the whole dome represents our realm. Then you obviously, the center part would be the pole with Polaris, and the pole, Mount Meru, and then you got the four other, I don't know what to call them, the four corners of the earth. You could see it in architecture. They mimic the realm. They mimic the human body.
The perimeter?
Yeah, the four things that...
columns and...
Yeah, they look like little domes. There's four of them. Yeah, that'd be the four corners, and then the dome in the centers is basically like Mount Meru. They mimic our realm to the fullest, and the human body, everything, man. It's just like back. I don't know. I look at back in the days, the people were way more. I could just imagine how intelligent they were. They didn't have schools probably dumbing them down. You know, they were taught to master anything they do. Anything they're good at, they probably mastered it. And they were taught all the right information, no lies. Imagine that, man. You'd be so intelligent. And it'd probably embarrass us. You'd probably look like it's terrible.
Well, the biggest
Check
trick,
it out. Oh, go ahead.
well, I'll just say the biggest trick about organized education is that it gives people an inferiority complex about themselves, because you're always thinking that somebody else knows more than you.
And so that's how they get people to readily accept all these things, like the things from the last 4 years. So many people have no idea they're being blatantly lied to, and they just trust, you know, experts, as they call them. But my experience was I was taught by experts, and they don't know shit, bro. They just repeating in books.
Like, these look like old school baseball stadiums, right? Or that's how they created baseball stadiums, was look at the first 3 domes up there. You know, it reminds me of like Toronto Stadium and shit.
Sky Dome.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got the Superdome in New Orleans. And then it made me think about that in Israel, they got that Iron Dome.
Yeah, true.
Top. Yeah.
Huh. They look like boobies. And the other things look like phalluses. Like, it's all energy and life. The phallus and the boobs are both they play big parts in life creation, no? And sustaining life.
Big parts.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Energy portals.
Even the womb.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, so real quick, I'll just throw this in here while we're still on this flow. Rudolf Steiner had said something along the lines of, Rudolf Steiner had said something along the lines of, until man finds, comes to know themselves and what they truly are and the divinity and, magic of our biology and all, that we will continue to build, technology and machinery externally outside of ourselves until, we get to that point of realizing, oh, these are all just external reflections of the technology that we are as beings ourselves, and we're just projecting outward all these different ideas, inventions, and whatnot. It's being pulled out, from us, from the ether, however you want to look at it, the collective. But yeah, I just want to throw that in there, the reflection aspect of reality, the paradoxes, and it's right under our nose, per se, like the saying is, this divine technology that we are it, and we are capable of so much, even getting into like the idea of astral projection and of the amazingness of what we are and the capabilities that we have, just basically that have been untapped.
Yeah, I was thinking about this yesterday, like even just the intuition, because yesterday on the stream, on Charles' stream here, I specifically talked about a few things, and we were seemingly hitting on a bunch of random topics at times. But last night, and I've been having almost like a little crisis of faith, like trying to, really, wondering, I've been struggling financially for a while here, and I'm like, man, what's really going on here? And yesterday after that stream, I went and watched that Tripoli video, and I mean, it was almost word for word. Some of the things they were saying were the things that we had talked about yesterday on your stream earlier. And it was so invigorating, because that's my intuition. I talked about innatism, but my intuition, when I talk about a lot of things, it's not something I'm consciously, I'm going to talk about this today. It just comes out when it wants to come out. And I always get verified after I say something through some other channel. And speaking of the runes, somebody, I think it was Paula, that was talking about birth runes. And you can look up your birth runes, and it's by your birth date and all this kind of stuff. Well, I had 2 runes, and one of them is the rune for antenna. It almost looks like a little tree symbol. And that resonates 100% with me because I definitely am some type of antenna, whether it's just my higher self, whether it's these Akashic records, whether it's what empathy, you know, I can feel other people's energies. And, you know, it's like I said, I was having a little crisis of faith, and then that kind of put me back on a good track because I'm like, all right, because I'm trying to figure out this life thing, dude. Like sometimes I think about whether everything I'm experiencing, I feel kind of helpless if I'm not able to get on these streams and share with other people. I almost feel worthless with all my knowledge because, you know, if it's not of service to anybody else, then I'm just sitting here stewing in my own juices all day, right? And so sometimes I think about, you know, is life just, is it all just a singular experience? And even though we do interact with each other, at the end of the day, I'm banking on the fact that as long as you stay true to what's inside you, whether or not we have a voice on a platform, we get censored, we get falsely imprisoned, any of that, then we win the game, bro. Whatever game this is, or we pass the test. And when I get verified by what other people are saying, and it's like they're speaking out of my own head with some of these things, it's the only thing I can find hope and comfort in these days. You know what I mean? Because we know a lot of shit, bro. We point all this shit out, and people in my real life around me, they don't ask nothing. They don't want to know, or they'll see a TikTok, they'll watch TikTok videos, but they won't talk to me about it. You know what I mean? It's like, it's just none of this shit makes sense, bro. And that's the kind of stuff that drives me mad, you know?
They don't think like this. My friends neither. Look at this picture, right? My first two thoughts were, you know them things you hold in your hand? Like a bell. Ding, ding, ding. Or I got even deeper. I said, man, it looks like a fucking spark plug. That building sparked up energy for sure, bro.
I can appreciate what Indie Groove was saying as well before you continue.
Yes.
And it's also like a, you know, you could say some of these things are higher forms of synchronicities.
Yeah.
Like coming full circle. Definitely a phenomena that seemed to be presented there with what you're saying, especially the Sam Tripoli thing, where it seemed random and not necessarily connected at first during the stream, some of the topics, but then it came full circle later on.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff there. I enjoy that topic. But go ahead, Charles. I always like that spark plug reference you have here. It's very interesting food for thought with the symbolism parallel.
Yeah, and ditto in the groove. And yes, on spark plug. I'm gonna piggyback off Christos and all that.
I think personally, a lot of this architecture was generators and just they could have been factories. Like I don't look at the ancestors as ever being dumb. The cave thing, yeah, there probably was people that lived in caves that wanted nothing to do with the advanced society, if that's what we want to call it. But yeah, a lot of this stuff, they could have been giant spark plugs. But you know,
that one definitely looks like it right there.
Yeah, this one is a little different right here. But it's the
That's
same.
why I was laughing, because I was like, oh man.
And people have made other ones too. That have, man, this is so much architecture. You know, you look at the domes and then you look at Mount Meru or any pyramid. You know, a lot of stuff shaped the same.
Well, I used to watch this hardcore Bible, this Bible guy, and like he went through all the religions. He was a Jehovah's Witness, and he went through all of them, and he was still a believer in the Bible, but he had very, very renegade, rogue ideas about everything, and he was oh shit, I forgot where I was going with that. Damn. I got to thinking too much about him. Because he lives close to me, and damn, what was I going with that? I don't know, maybe it'll come to me in a minute. Must be the universe telling me don't let that shit out yet, so.
Yeah, I feel you, bro. Like a couple days ago, I was getting that, just
All right.
like random brain fog. All of a sudden, I don't know where I was going with the words I was bringing up.
Yeah, it don't happen often. It definitely just happened right then.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know what it was. He had a statement that he would often repeat, and if you really think about it, it makes sense. But he said that civilization, basically modern civilization, is of Satan, basically. It's satanic. If you think about the way the society is structured up, is to make people less dependent on themselves, and it's more of this collective kind of communist mindset. And but not the good kind, but that which keeps us dependent and in slavery.
Shit. I started reading some of that book. I've quoted 2 paragraphs from the first page that I opened. Remember when the guy said about the carnival and the man and woman, the man making out with all these women, and then we'll go to church Sunday with his wife and children and beg God for forgiveness and then do it all over again. And he was explaining the hypocritical religions. As long as you beg for people don't even forgive themselves. They go in a building and beg this God for forgiveness to get an okay from another. They don't even forgive themselves for the most part.
Yeah, it's a form of psychology for sure, bro. Because like my uncle next door.
I speak from experience, but anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. But my uncle next door is a preacher, and that's one point of reference for me. But I also used to work with this black lady. We were pretty tight, and she was a preacher's wife. Her husband had ran his church, and she told me straight up as soon as the topic, when she told me she was a preacher's wife, I was like, oh, okay. She was like, she stopped me dead in my track before I could say anything else. She said, no, it's just a business. And I could tell you, my uncle over here, he's a preacher. He tries to play it off like he's the good guy, right? But I could tell you, he is the greediest, cutthroat. Like, he's fucked me over, but he'll fuck anybody over. There's nothing godly about him, bro. It's all money and image, and it's a psychological manipulation. I think of most of those preachers. Now, there are good ones that, that have a good heart, I'll say. So I'm not talking about them, but the ones that know what they're doing, bro, I think it's narcissism. It's just expression of narcissism. Attention seeking, and just imagine putting yourself as you're going to be a spiritual mediator between somebody else and God. Like, who are you, bro? You know what I mean? Think of the arrogance of that.
And
I would never want that.
They be downing people in church. Like a lot of these churches, like Divergent said, he was being sarcastic because a lot of cathedrals have really high ceilings because they're trying to get that etheric energy But he says, why are the ceilings so high? So when you pray, your prayers will echo up. That's hilarious, man.
And right back down to you.
Yep. It's crazy. Like, people say, you know, they pray, and if something goes good for them, even though they put in the work, they'll say, God blessed me. Then if it don't work out, they'll say, Satan did it. He cursed me. Crazy.
Yeah, I remember when I graduated college, I invited my aunt and uncle over to my little graduation walk or whatever, and the first and only thing he said to me about it was afterwards was basically like God is great, like God is the reason why I graduated. Not that I put in all those years of work, taking tests, and that's even to me kind of blasphemous because, you know, in college they're definitely not teaching you spirituality. So what's God have to do with that? You know what I mean? But he's you know, everything is so
Right.
Freemasonic around here. Yeah.
Peace, Candy. Peace to Void. Anto. AV Antarcus. Peace. Did I say that right?
I hate my college degree, bro. Like now, especially now.
Antarctus. Verily, verily. Peace. Baba, when you coming back, Baba? Babas. Hey, Baba, you got the car in the bar?
Don't worry, in the groove. I still owe student loans that I am not paying. That's right, I'm not paying because I already know more now than I did in that damn school. You know that by my own personal experiences.
Hey, I'm right there with you, and I agree 100%. But my reason is, well, I had every intention of paying mine back, even though it was a big waste of time and money for me. But after 2020, after I started getting censored for misinformation, for repeating things that I learned in as high up as graduate school, then one of two things. If I'm speaking misinformation, then that means that they taught me fraudulent information, and therefore it was a fraud arrangement. Plus the fact that I haven't gotten a job since I graduated in 2014. So how am I pay back a loan if I'm being barred from employment? Right. So they have a thing called fiduciary
Taxes are
fraud.
extortion.
Exactly. I went through the same thing. Yeah. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, like
Sorry,
imagine,
bro. I didn't mean to. You mentioned a job, so I had to bust out with the taxes. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, fiduciary fraud is something you might want to look into if they ever start hassling you about it. But my case is pretty open and shut, bro. Like, oh, you want to pay it back? Okay, you give me a
What is it
college
called?
fiduciary, FIDUCIARY fraud. And they told me this in school.
Oh.
And that's why they want to make sure. Well, for us, they wanted to make sure that we were on board with everything because they have a responsibility. They're supposed to be teaching you the most up-to-date, quote, truthful information. And if you claim that it's not, and you can prove that it's not, then that is fiduciary fraud. If you can prove that they have misled you in some way. That's why I talk about these contracts
Oh,
and
yeah.
agreements.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Because that would
No, you're
prove
right.
you just busted them committing a crime.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Exactly.
All right. You busted your own leaders. Oh, okay.
Yeah, man.
I like that term. I didn't know there was a term for that. Okay.
Yeah. And they know they teaching people wrong. Especially 2020 proved that to me openly, because my school went along with that shit. I even sent them an email about it because we were in nursing school. It was mostly known for nursing, and you know, they didn't step up say anything about these defending natural immunity, you know, experimental this, and trying to trust the science. Like in a research paper, you are never allowed to say two things. Well, one thing particularly is that science can never prove anything. You cannot use the word prove in a research paper, or it will get rejected. So when they came out and said, we got, you know, all the statistics, they weren't even citing statistics, but using these mealy mouth words to suggest that, you know, these things are safe and effective. You can't prove safe. You cannot prove safe.
It's a lot of false advertisement.
It was manipulation and deception, 100%, bro.
Like if a commercial says, false advertisement happens all the time. Commercial says something's $5. Somebody sued them. You know, I know because at the end of the commercials now, they be like, blah, 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 blah. They speak real quick and they say taxes and blah, 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 you know, because they don't tell you there's $5 plus tax in the commercial. That's still false advertisement. So now at the end of commercials, they added it where they speak real quick to put that in there. Somebody done sued their ass.
And if you notice some of those disclaimers at the end, they'll tell you.
It's like an auction.
You borged out. What was that?
Go on, buddy. Go on. I'm sorry. Go on.
Yeah, in the groove's like, fucking assholes are cutting me off, man.
No, it's all. I think I'm on a delay or something, but it's all good. I'm good with it.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna add, you know, those
Or
disclaimers at the end.
Go on. Yeah.
Sometimes
I might be. Go on, buddy.
Sometimes they tell you not valid in certain states. Like you can't. A lot of times it'd be California, Nevada, all those kind of states. They'll tell you like the offer doesn't apply to those states. It's because those states have made specific laws against some sort of practice that they're using in that advertisement. So they'll just exclude those states and go after the other states that don't have those consumer protections, as we call them. It's all bullshit, dude.
You know how many places you could get, man, with false advertisement? Like, I thought about this a few times on different stuff, man, and it's only fair. It's fair game. You know?
Yeah, advertising.
There's a lot of false advertisement, man.
Advertising was taught to me in my graduate level social psychology class. And like I said yesterday, the textbook, I got it around here. The textbook for that class is about, the title is called Persuasion. And when you look up the definition of persuasion, I think I read it off yesterday, but it's a way to change people's beliefs, actions, thoughts, behavior, all that kind of stuff. But it's a manipulation. You're not persuading people to the truth. You can persuade them to anything. You know, it's like dating. If you meet a girl and you tell her everything she wants to hear, you're persuading. Like, yeah, I'm gonna marry you, I love you, and all this shit. Even if you don't mean it, doesn't matter. As long as you persuade, you get the end goal, which is selling the product or getting the product, right? I mean, social psychology, bro. In some ways, it's necessary, but in other ways, it's just deception. Just depends on what you're trying to persuade people to do.
I've man, there's been things I've caught where I knew it was false advertisement, but you know, if you don't have the funds and you don't know people, what can you do? Finding a good lawyer that's on your side nowadays, at least, or back in the days in the 90s, is tough. Once you've had a public pretender, there's good ones, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that, but for the most part, they're not out to help you. And lawyers can be the same. They'll take your money and poop all over you.
Well, they're playing the game in hopes that they will end up in a conglomerate for a private practice, because that's where the money's at, right? A private firm. So if they operate, it's almost like you could look at a public defender as almost like a blue level Mason, like a first, second, third level Mason, right? But he wants to be a 33. In order to be a 33, you got to be a good underling. Yeah, go ahead. I'm done.
You know what I say? You're 33 degrees, but still frozen. No, you cut out. We didn't hear nothing.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you sound good.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
That
Okay.
commercial.
Listen what I just thought of. The lawyers and the public pretenders. Sorry, I keep going in and out over here. The lawyers and the public pretenders, it's like they're here to even out the playing field. They even out the board. Oh, they even it out to help out. You know, like a little false illusion there. We want the people to know that you're about to get screwed for what you did. We're going to give you the little illusion that we're going to dive in and help you, but you might not, you know, may the odds be forever in your favor. So I see it as they're there to just, we're going to level out the field for you stupid people. That's what I just thought of. We're going to level it out. We're over here like, help us, save us. And they're like, no saving. We're just going to make it look like it's good, but you might in reality go to jail.
They're there to witness you getting screwed over. If you try to deny it, they'll be like, no, we were there. We were there. We helped you get screwed over.
Controlled opposition.
Yeah. They support both sides of the playing field. It's known. They support both sides of the wars, the sports. I mean, it's all the problem, reaction, solution, it's crazy, man. They support, like I said, both sides. They'll support the problem and the solution because they profit off both ends. They'll you know, they like to do treatment instead of cures because they keep just sucking you like a leech. It's about money. They don't care if you're sick. They don't go, as long as it ain't them. They don't, you know, they go home healthy. They know, you know, what to do and what not to do. They've been better informed. And to them, you're just a paycheck, a wad of money. And I'm not saying everyone's like that, but a good amount are. They've been poisoned. They've been bitten by the poisonous snake of the system. And running through their veins.
Do you believe in soul reincarnation? But I mean the soul harvesting or whatever, you know, because I'm not
I don't know.
real deep with a lot of stuff. Like, do you believe maybe they do this to keep having us come back to, you know, our soul or whatever, you know?
I read about that in this Archon book. The book was called Archons, and it explained how it said if you're going to go to the light and this and that, it explains a whole bunch of things, like you're going to the moon to be reincarnated, and, you know, I don't know. To be honest, who knows?
I think there's an angle of truth. I think there's an angle of truth to that, Charles, but definitely like there's I don't think it's wise per se to you know, go around thinking and saying that we're in a hell realm or, you know, this is a soul trap prison system, whatever. But I would say it does seem that there is something, I wouldn't say bad about the moon, but just more mysterious and maybe you know, a little more cold or neutral than we may think. You know, there's something going on there, but you know, people want to go and pray to the moon and all this nonsense.
Well, that whole thing about us living in a hell realm.
Go ahead.
Well, that thing about living in the hell realm, that's where my mind has been going when I've talked about this crisis of faith kind of creeping in on me is that whole idea that, because this really feels like hell, bro. It feels like there's enough good and beauty to have you thinking one way, and then look at all this, the lies and negativity and deprivation on top of that. It's almost like that's what makes it hellish, is that we see the potential of the good things that seem so far away because we got all this other satanic shit in the way. You know what I mean? But I definitely don't try to dwell in that. It's like I said, when I have these moments of synchronicity, it's like, okay, well, regardless if this is hell or not, I feel like I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing, and I'm gonna ride with it. You know
I
what
wouldn't
mean?
even call it satanic, because if you start looking into some of, you know, when people, I understand it's a word to describe, like satanic would be them doing evil stuff.
Against nature is what I consider it. Yeah,
But
satanic.
who knows about the satanic religion? I've never had a satanic person come up to me and force their religion on me, or right? Whoever sees, I'm just saying, like, and I'm not sticking up for them. I'm just saying I don't know nothing about the religion, so
Well, to me,
that's a little crazy. Like, they don't
well,
bother people for the most part.
to me, satanic would be like, well, I'm gonna be a conservative because because I can see the Democrats are bad. So obviously, conservative must be the good guys. That's, to me, the satanic is just a very infantile, elementary reaction to, like, yeah, we can point out and see that the church is corrupted, but why would I want to go to another church? The idea is to forget about church, and you rely on your own. You be your own church. I don't need a satanic church. I don't need a satanic Bible any more than I need another one.
You put your thoughts in a positive mind frame, right? You don't look at it as, because you're going to produce it. If you put that in your mind, I walked around a long time. I still do sometimes, and say, this is hell. I don't care who you are. We are living in hell. And I did produce that in my mood, mentality, health, everything. And I was miserable. No one wanted to be around me. And I had to turn it around. And it was hard.
It's true.
But I had
That's
to
part of the
turn it
spell, I
around.
call it.
And I hate to, and I hate to sound corny. And but I
It's
had to
not
walk around
corny.
and be like, yes, rainbows, butterflies, there's fairies. Look at those look at that crap coming down in the sky. I had to look at it in a happy frame of mind. So it was like, that's when I had to embrace my alchemy part of me
You're
and
trying to
look at it
trick.
as beauty.
You're trying to trick your
I had
brain.
to trick myself.
Yeah.
Exactly. And doing that, you reprogram your own brain, yourself, no one else did, with positivity. And then when that positivity comes in, then the right energy starts coming in. Then you start manifesting all over the place. Then you start pulling people in when you need them. Then you're not walking in crowds over here like, damn it, why is all this shit going on? Look at this. You actually open doorways like I've been doing, and you're like, okay, here we go. This is a nice place for me. Time to bow out. Here you go. You actually get to walk through life and read it a lot better. But programming your own mind yourself for positivity, that's long, hard process. Because you could still go, I still have the days where I cry and I'm like, I like to go, like I say that feeling. And then the way I pull myself out of it, I break that,
So Kimba,
woe is me, because I'm not going to dive that deep. We want to. I yelled.
if this place is hell, right, and you're tricking your mind to be more positive, it's because you're searching for heaven. But either way, heaven or hell is created within self. So this place can be heaven or hell. And I think it's a beautiful place, but there's a lot of chaos. They have disturbed the water. At one point, it's like a calm pond, right? You ever see a calm pond? Nothing's disturbing the water. It looks like glass. somebody throws this little baby pebble into that, it's going to disrupt it and cause a ripple effect. It's like we're living
Yes.
in so much chaos today. We got to create our own heaven.
It's good. It's damaged. We know it's damaged, right? We know there's a little process going on. For me, I like to say a rebirth. It's like being rebirthed. And I mean the planet and the people. That's how I look at it. But we got to, the trash is clearing out. Like you say, that's got to leave.
Yeah, even when it gets dark, I always find a way to, I maintain fairly well. And,
Yeah.
But before 2020, like, I had completely, like, I'd already went through all this conspiracy type deep information before that. And I got to the other side of it, and I had come up with a positive solution oriented, my own little, my lane, like a little plan for the rest of my life to be the best example I could be for what I believe in, which is, being positive, helping other people, running a business that's not taking advantage of people, but actually doing some good for individuals and the community. And then 2020 hit, bro, and then what they're doing to the kids with all these agendas in the classroom and what they did to my grandma. And I'm telling you, bro, it's hard. I do think about, because I've heard similar stories from other people who say, yeah, like 2019, high vibe, great plan set in place, and then all this stuff happens. And to me, maybe that was on purpose. They had to cut us off somehow. I don't know if it's human resonance. They were figuring out that the people were, I don't know, waking up. Maybe it's this age of Aquarius thing. But it's definitely a common theme that I've seen where people were on the up, everything was looking good, and all of a sudden we get this lockdown. You know what I mean? And even I never thought 4 years ago that
What?
4 years later.
What, now? They just did it again?
What you mean? No, they're still doing it. That's what I was going to say. Like, I never would have thought that even 4 years after.
I didn't listen to him then. You think I'm gonna now? Never listen to that shit. What the fuck? He must be tripping, man.
No, but it's like I got a friend of mine who's got a kid who's he just graduated high school and now he's going into college. He just got accepted into college, and my first thought was, God damn it! I hope they don't. I hope they don't make him stick himself up. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I just feel sorry for these kids, bro, because they've really gotten a bum deal. At least I had the 90s and shit. You know what I mean?
Look at us. And when I was born, my mom said, because I remember when in school they used to give tetanus, or not tetanus, the other one, tuberculosis.
Okay, yeah.
And I would be like, Mom, what is that? She'd be like, I don't know. And then I would think to myself, so why do I have to, if we don't know what this is, why am I, just going along with it? And I used to think to myself, oh, and what would really get me is when the nurse would be like, oh, it's nothing to worry about. It'll be all right. And I'm like, huh.
Think about that, bro. We talked about the human body a lot today, right?
Yeah.
Why would we need to stick something in and just shoot some shit in you? We call that health?
Yeah, I don't know.
Bruh, that's satanic, dude.
But then they down you when people put some H in there, some Coke.
Well, that's another thing, bro. Like, we had a big heroin.
Yeah, it's bad now, man.
Yeah.
That Fetty Weddy.
Well, it was really bad I would say like from 2014, 2015, like I was finding needles in gas station parking lots like all the time. And it got me to
Yeah,
thinking
they're everywhere.
that they were pushing that, I think, to make it easier for people to accept, hey, here's another needle. Because I have an aversion to needles and shit, right? Naturally. And I'm avoiding that at all costs. But if you're a heroin junkie, it's like, who gives a shit? Yeah, shoot me up, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's definitely a way to condition a lot of people.
Insert the gancho.
The dragon.
Fucking, it's crazy. And I watch stories, bro, of like people in prison getting them. And I would think to myself, because I've been to prison, I'm like, how, there's only one way you would get them, but they talk about making them and shit. And I'm like, man, these people are crafty. Like, that's crazy, bro. Like, some of the stories I've heard of the lengths they would go to do it. It's insane, man. But
a prison
but
is an interesting case when we talk about like reprogramming your mind to positivity, right? Because if you go into prison and you got a life sentence, obviously you're not gonna have much hope for life, right? But what do? You get in there and you adjust to everyday life in the prison, and then a lot of people end up coping pretty well, right? Like you learn to adjust, and that's what we do, and that's how they change behaviors. It's that like Overton window. You keep moving, or the boiling frog in the pot. You just keep turning up the heat little by little. That's all social psychology and persuasion and manipulation, bro. It's all Club of Rome. It's all Edward Bernays propaganda. MK Ultra.
I was
It's
about
all
to get in Nemesis' ass today, but he fucked himself over. I was about to, to me, when people start saying there's a difference between the left and right, no shit. There has to be. The polar, like, negative and positive, man. It's on purpose. The good guy, bad guy tactics, man. And
hey, bro,
they've been doing it forever.
It's when I talked about fallacy logic earlier, that's false dichotomy fallacy. And what that is, it's when you make people believe there's only two options when in fact a third or more options exist. And that one fallacy right there is used all over the place, especially
and people
politics.
think they're making their own decisions when they're handed them. You got to pick. Yeah, you think it's really not making your own decision. You have no choice but to pick one of those there.
It's Coke or Pepsi. They're both shit. They're both not good for you.
True. I heard this guy say, he said he was talking to a buddy of his. He was going into the store. I think they smoked a J. And he said, what do you want to drink? You want a Coke? And it led to his friend telling him that. He goes, you know what happens? I forgot what his friend worked for. But he said something about if they spill a Coca-Cola, they have to call in people in Tyvek suits because it has this in it. And I forgot what he had said. I think. But anyway, that was enough to raise some red flags. And I said, man. Now people, when I heard that, I didn't think just about Coca-Cola. I thought about all the sodas that Coca-Cola puts out. Sprite, Coke, they put out, what else? Isn't it Mountain Dew or no, it's Pepsi? Damn, I think Coke.
They put out that fake milk too. That fake milk they've been trying to sell?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I think they call it New Life or some shit. But it's a fake milk.
They need to sell some alkaline fucking pure spring water from the frickin' underground, the Holy Grail type, you know, fountain of youth. Like the water I showed you in the cave. That water was so clear, probably loaded with minerals and everything for your body. But they sell us fucking garbage.
And put it in a plastic bottle. Yep.
Yep. That's double the toxicity. Like, why would they choose? You know, they say, oh, plastic's better because, you know, okay, you do have idiots that work loading trucks and they break bottles and stuff. I worked for a milk company loading up milk trucks. Guidas. It's a big milk place in New Britain, Connecticut. And yeah, Guida's milk. But that, I said, how come everything's plastic? Wouldn't glass be better? Which it would.
Well, I think in a business sense, the reason why they switched to plastic
because they
instead
break.
of glass. Well, that and the fact that it's lighter. So when you're transporting that shit, you can fit more product in plastic bottles by weight. You know, because 18-wheelers have to be under a certain weight. And if glass is heavier, you can only put so much product in before you reach the weight. Well, if you put it in plastic, you can fit a lot more bottles in a load. So, at least in a business sense, we can look at it and say, well, it was a cheaper shipping, better for shipping efficiency and all that kind of shit. But because you used to recycle bottles and shit, remember? You could get 5 cents a bottle and shit back.
They're 10 cents now up here.
Yeah. We don't think we even have that.
I was shocked. I was very shocked. Kimba. Whenever I think of Kimbo Slice.
Yeah, I do too.
That dude was a beast. Oh. Let me pull these pictures. You know I stay with the interesting pictures.
I'm boiling me some cosmic eggs.
Oh, I gotta erase these pictures. Shit. I'm working on collage pictures. I'm lining up like architecture and like spark plugs, like I did human body, all that. Come on, Nemesis. Nemesis is here.
Oh yeah.
Got nothing better to do, Nemesis.
Look at a syringe. If you point it straight up, that looks like some of those dome buildings. With it looks like the state capitol. Got the little lightning rod on top and everything.
Yeah, it looks like a wire. I got pictures of that too. For the one, what is it called? It's not the One Trade Center. It's the Freedom Tower. That bullshit. And the Empire State Building.
Yeah.
It's like this. See how the temple is a body? I mean, the body is a temple. The temple has a body and the body has a temple. This is only a rental. Huh. The body is a temple, but it's a partial rental until you give it back to the earth. And your soul. I don't know. I lost my rhyme.
Soul fly high, right?
Did you say MC Nemesis was in the back?
Yeah, MC Nemesis.
His name makes me think about the group Nemesis. Remember that song Munchies for Your Bass? That's kind of a good album too. We're gonna check that out. I think they're from Texas.
Where's that picture, man, that I had?
He said he rapped too. That's kind of interesting, right?
I was gonna let him up, but I'm not in the mood for the bullshit, man. Like he's not up here to build. Plus, he don't know nothing. So why would I want someone up here that don't know nothing? No, I'm joking.
I like to just knock him around like a cat with a mouse. You know what I mean?
I like that phrase.
Yeah, he's definitely a lol cow, and I've seen him on a couple of other streams, and he really just creates fake, corny controversy, tries to act genuine sometimes, and ultimately, he's just trying to get himself out there for his music, it would seem, or his channel, as it would be called. Clout chasing. He's one of these people that, like, I've seen go all over YouTube just looking for open panels and lives. You know, and maybe he does think he's being genuine in his head, but the result that seems to come more often than not across multiple different types of communities that I've seen and participated in, he doesn't get a negative. I mean, he doesn't get a positive feedback result, as we've seen, and there's a reason. You know, Charles doesn't even want to let him back up, and I totally understand, because it's rude, disingenuous, and bad faith. That type of energy that he's coming with.
That's why I say I hope whatever strategy he's using for that, whether he's getting paid or whether he's self-promoting, I hope it's working out, because you're gonna put that much energy into trying to promote yourself. I hope the results are paying off, bro. You know what I mean? You could definitely be doing something better with your time.
Look at this shit, bro. See how they got the electric swords? So I remember I got this whole picture, but this is the best one I've seen to zoom in. Because I've even tried to zoom in and it's just so blurry, but I aligned that picture with this one. I had found this picture. I mean, look at the swords. They're lit up. The shields. And then I found this.
Yeah.
I know that's
Arm
different,
is through
but
a shield. What is that? I want to know.
Because it's got a sword in the front. You know, shit.
See that?
It's for when he goes to stab you with it or poke you. If you try to hit him in the process, it's protected. Because once your arm's going out, that's open to get, you know, even in boxing, when someone's swinging, you're leaving that part open. So that's why I think it has that shield to protect.
Yeah, I see that now.
Guess. But this old, I've showed this painting or drawing. It's from the 1700s, and it's got this. In the center, it has a Tesla coil like that.
That's a transformer, that round part with the wires around it. That's a magnet with wires around it.
Yeah, those are mini like Tesla coils. They have them in laptops. I got a bunch of them.
That's what makes an alternator work. That's what makes a generator generate power. That fucking one little thing right there.
Nice. I'm gonna have to learn how to put them. Anyway, I'll get back to that. In
What
this
is that guy
picture,
drawing
you
on
can
the
see
ground?
to the right. On the right is the Tesla coil, and these guys got freaking lifesavers, and they're fighting. This picture's from a long time ago. I think 1700s, 1600s.
The guy on the bottom right.
This. Where, bottom right?
Yeah, what is he drawing, a symbol or something? Well, I can't make out what he's doing there.
This is a digital picture. This is like made with pixels and shit. It seems like something that's more like a modern depiction of like an old type of drawing, but it doesn't have, or am I tripping? I mean, I could be wrong. It could be an actual drawing. I'm trying to look close, but it almost looks like it's like not like pixelated from the screen of our computers or phones, but rather, you know, whatever bit, kind of like older video games. You can see the outlines a little bit with pixels. Yeah, you could be right. I might just be looking at it wrong.
Yeah, I see what you're
I got the
saying.
whole drawing or whatever, but this is zoomed in on a part of it because you can't see too good. It don't make me go look for the real picture. I've showed it plenty of times when I was showing drawings from the electricity in the 1700s. But anyway, you know, why else would this be lit up with electricity? It makes me think, were they using some sort of Tesla coil and some Star Wars weapons? I don't know. That's what it looks like to me. Same thing with these things.
Well, you know, they sell us this idea that we're living in like modern, technologically advanced times and shit, right? But why do we still not have like well, we have one here, but more power generating stations along rivers. You know, they'll build a nuke plant along a river to use the water to cool the chemical reactions, right? A very inefficient, dirty, dangerous process. Why not just turbines in the river, since the river flows all day, all night, never ending? Think about like Niagara Falls, dude. If they captured the energy of that falling water, they could probably power the whole New England states with just that one waterfall.
Yeah. Dude, these are X-rayed swords. Trying to figure out X-ray, like, you know, sword handles like this right here. And
that's what I was thinking, bro. Yeah, my bad with the Ankh. Go ahead.
When I got these pictures, that's what they were talking about. Stuff like this. You know, early electricity with no wires, free energy, and Tesla coils, and weapons being used. And they X-rayed the swords, and it has whatever it has. I don't know what it is, but there's something in it. The way it's designed to like let energy flow through it. They look like some of the temple buildings, no? Some of them. Anyway, who cares, right?
Yeah, the top of them, yeah. They're cool. No, they're cool, but they're cool. Look at the different ones, you know?
Like fallopian tubes or something
They're
too.
different design. Right? I was thinking it had something having to do with the body. Yeah, I was thinking that. You know. Oh, that's okay. This is a good one. Stay on this one for a minute, Charles. This has got more details. Please, please, please.
I mean, look at the drawings. Like, the only time I've ever seen good artwork like this, believe it or not, in prison, a lot of taggers and stuff, they got like, their skills are unbelievable. It's like, look at back in the days. Their artists were just on whole other levels.
Well, a prime example of that is like those old marble sculptures and shit. They can't even recreate those today. And they were doing that shit in the 1500s. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
With
they
hand
could have
tools?
had tech. I think they had technology like we do.
Yeah, it's like some 3D printer level shit, you know, like. Like there's this one in particular that I got stuck on. The name is kind of weird, but it's a guy and he's got like this big fishing net kind of draped over him. And just the details in the net alone, like, you know, the netting has a lot of little fragile pieces on it. But just to be able to carve that and never break a piece of it as you're carving, like, and they don't have any explanation for it. Even these museums that show this shit, they don't know how it's done. They just tell you it's stone tools or carving. You can't carve that without breaking it.
I bet you this is real. I just had to say that for people looking at it. And if people argue with me and say, no way, that's stupid. No, that's brilliant. Look at the
Charles,
Zeppelins.
no way, that's stupid. No, I'm just kidding.
Look at the Zeppelins. I mean, imagine having a ship, right? And you got, how many's that guy got? 7 things full of helium, right? You know, there's stories of the people that lived in the sky. And because they were higher up, they lived longer or something. Who knows if that's true, but I'm just speaking. Why couldn't you do it? You know, those, if you got helium or however you can do it, like a hot air balloon, fucking, you know, when it's cold, you go, you go inside the deck.
Well, and maybe people, good morning or good afternoon or good day.
I forgot
whatever.
you came on, Bex. Everyone's so quiet.
Hello, Rebecca.
Maybe,
okay. Hello. I didn't know you either. Hello.
Hi, Kimba. I was wondering if maybe some people think they live longer, or people think people live in the sky, because if someone were to come from the sky versus come along the land, you would think they live there. You know, like, especially if you'd never had, if you were going somewhere where you didn't have the technology to fly. So if someone flew in from the sky, you would, you know, and you've never seen it, you might assume they live in the sky.
They when they point up in these paintings and stuff, people think they're pointing at a planet where they're from and shit. How do they know that? They could just be pointing out a light in the sky. Look, he's pointing at Mars. That's where they're from.
I kind of think about that.
Who's up? Who's still here?
Yes.
Kimba, In the Groove, and Bex. Crystal's dropped
There's a
off.
big picture of my face. I can't see.
The Rio says the flow of energy is used as a concept to confuse. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna I can't entertain not comment because I'll just think of energy moving, period. That's all I gotta say.
Like a serpent.
Energy must move, my friend.
Because it's
it has to move.
It's being manipulated. Now
well, you know, if you believe
think of water. I'm looking at energy like water, you know. Could energy,
well, you can think of the human, but the body works on electricity. The way your neurons fire off and having thoughts, all that stuff is, electrical currents moving.
Yeah. And they have to move. And they have to move. They can't
Your heart,
sit stagnant.
Yeah, your heart beating.
What's up, JG?
What's up, man?
What's up, dude?
What was I gonna say? Yeah, I was thinking of energy like water. Like, could energy, if it's undisturbed, exist like water? You know, like I said, water undisturbed looks like glass until something's thrown into it and manipulates. Same with energy. Can you take a conductor, something that conducts energy, or lets it flow through it? You know, you get what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
Could energy exist just sitting there? Obviously, until you harness it. It'll be like interrupting the still water. Because energy got to be everywhere, no?
Well, I like how maybe Dom would like this example, but it'd be like staying silent versus speaking, right? If you stay silent, it's like a still water. You speak and it creates ripples. Energy flowing.
But now if
Energy's
it
everywhere.
sits
It has to
still and
be.
it doesn't move, it's gonna it's
Yeah.
gonna I'm sorry, I'm gonna put me on camera. If energy sits still, it's gonna sit in one spot and it's gonna do what? It's gonna move. It's gonna pulsate. What
Probably has
will
to be
that do?
contained
What
too.
will that do in the world? What will that do in your human body? That's
I
why for
think
me, in my belief, I say it has to move. It has to flow. Energy, especially if you already feel it in your body, you know?
No stagnant energy.
Go ahead, girl. I'm done.
I was just looking at the difference between energy and electricity, right?
Okay.
And the difference is just a second.
Yeah,
Let me see if I'm
there
just.
you go. Yeah.
I think energy is a force to create work of some sort or something like that.
What? Here's okay. A quick thing is, while it's true that electricity is a type of energy, it's not as simple as that. Electricity is what we call a secondary energy source. It is created by converting primary sources of energy like fossil fuels, wind, and solar energy into electricity. We might also think of it as an energy carrier. So then there's a bigger article that's what is electricity, goes through why the difference matters. You may be wondering why it even matters that we know the difference. Well, not all energy is made equally. We are currently in a mass transition towards renewable energy. Suppliers are trying to make green energy available to the entire world in an effort to reduce CO2 emissions. That requires things like once used fossil blah blah blah. This is a process known as electrification. While this reduces our reliance on fossil fuels, it also creates new challenges for our energy grids and so on. So they get into like kinetic energy, or potential energy, kinetic energy. So so yeah, sitting in a
Kinetic. Oh shit.
potential energy is energy that is stored and waiting to be used. It is energy that has the potential to do work but is not actively doing it. Kinetic energy that is actively doing work. Kinetic energy is created when potential energy is activated and influences the world around it.
Yeah, and in neuroscience, you said potential energy. Well, the first spark of a neuron before it even fires off to do anything, whether it's create thought or create movement, they call that action potential. And then there's another branch of academia, science, that's kinesiology, and that would be your kinetic energy, which is
Still
like,
has to be a source to all energy, I think.
yeah, that's where the neural science kind of skips over that part because they can't explain that. They tell you that on page 1, and they just focus on when that initial spark happens. That's where all the science starts, but they can't tell you how that initial spark even happens. Basically, the thought before the thought, and that would be the consciousness that they can't. It's not material, so they can't study it or prove it or whatever. The big mystery here, the spirit.
Trolls are funny, man.
Now you all have me questioning the whole energy and electricity thing. Thank you very, very much. Got me going down another argument about it.
Yeah.
Thank you, but no thank you.
Electricity is not a fluid. Huh. Come on.
Nice to see you, Christos. Nice to see you, JG. Did you get your pillows handed out?
No.
Yeah,
I didn't.
I seen that guy this morning and he was psyched.
Oh, you're talking to JG?
He was handing out pillows to homeless people last night.
Nice. Nice. How would you feel if you went to
Oh, that was
prison
awesome.
and when you got to the prison, you know, they hand you your your stuff and a pillow along with your stuff. Like, you're gonna be here a while.
Your fireproof pillow? Oh, don't you love those things? Yeah, those are comfortable.
And you don't get a pillow until you leave county. You gotta go up to prison. They give you that pillow like you'll be here a while. Get comfortable. Even though you can't get comfortable on the fucking. It does straighten your back out, though, I'll tell you that. It fixes your back, those beds. Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny that Yolanda said, well done, Charles. Throw some lingams in there. People know what a lingam is. I just learned what a lingam was. You know, it's funny when, you know, people troll. I think they get mad because I didn't let him up. So then he goes and gets another account and comes back. Man, like, they must pay good to do that shit, man. I wonder how much they pay for that line of work. If they even get paid. I hope so. Because if someone don't get paid to go around and troll, you got a pretty miserable life, man. There's so much more to do in life than go to people's streams and embarrass yourself. It's a disappointment.
That's a good segue into for me to just tell you guys and maybe tell the chat too that I've shut down the Bex Factor. I've hidden it. It's that's not big news. That's not me. What I'm trying to say, but I don't engage in chat anymore. I can't. I don't want anyone to know who I am because I'm not interested in being fucking followed around and trolled. And anyways, I'm just saying. So if people are out there and talking to you and saying they're me, it's not happening because nobody knows.
Here.
Yeah, nobody knows my new account's name. And I'm not here to be a troll. I will have my own channel to pop up and talk in chat whenever I want, but it's part of phasing myself out of YouTube anyway and phasing myself into having a healthy interaction with this. I'm addicted to the chat. My friends are there, you know, it's not going to be easy, but there's just too much of that.
There's always going to be trolls, Bex. Always, man. Don't let it get to you.
Yeah, but honestly, Charles, without calling attention to myself, you know, it's beyond trolling, right? And I've got big shoulders out here. I've got big shoulders out here. I've participated in so much fun. I've learned so much, but it's beyond trolling the behavior towards me, right? People talk about me for 8, 10, 12 hours sometimes. Restreaming, analyzing, criticizing, joking, you know, being my friend, not being my friend, like it's fine, right? I've had good big shoulders about it, but there just hits a point when it doesn't matter what I say about anyone else, right? I can't talk, well, I'm not saying I can't. Oh, I'm just criticized for talking about anybody. But everybody can talk about me, right? And be enjoyed and entertained by things I did 2 years ago, like for 12 hours, 8, 9, 10, 12 hours sometimes. And I can list different channels that have done that, right?
That sucks.
Whatever unlisted videos they have, yeah. So it's not the same. You know, certain people out here, I can think of 3 in particular, and lots of women have gone through all sorts of stuff. But it's insane. It's 6 months of it. It's insane. You know? I'm a person, not a fucking meme. So, and it's directed my brain into this retaliatory communication, right? Like a strategic communication, just trying to figure out how to have a conversation about anything. So see, and it's made me very defensive. So it's fine, you know. I may never flash my channel back up, which means I may never chat in chat again. And it's it's just, I'm not saying woe is me. I'm not, someone's going to be like, oh, look at her over there being a fucking victim. I don't fucking care. I made humor of it, and people are telling me you talk about people. All you do is talk about people. No, I don't. Everybody talks about me, and when I talk about people, it's fucking funny. Not right now, but anyways, I don't mean to bring it to your channel, Charles. It's just that this is where, this is my home base, and I want to engage with the chat, but I will not be chatting in chat. I won't be. If anybody in chat is claiming to be me, they're lying. Period.
Yeah, Bex, I hear you, Bex, but the best thing to do is ignore people. That's what
Yeah,
really
but
kills people.
do you know the sanity machine, JG?
Yeah, he's a fucking douche, but I mean, just
He is a
ignore
douche.
that.
He is a douche, but he said my name over 1,200, 1,400 times on his channel. Even my friends are enthralled with him putting up an entire video yesterday where everybody on the internet knows my whole name, which I already knew was out there and I'd already used. But when somebody's actually fishing for people to say, is she a danger to herself or anyone else? Like, it's over the top. The guy's been talking about me straight for 2.5 months. Straight every single day.
All right, well,
It's insanity, and it's just not fun for me anymore. So I can ignore it. Yeah, I can. I can ignore it. And the way to ignore it, is to do this. So I appreciate that. And it's just because I'm 2 or 3 days into not engaging in chat, right? That's the only reason I'm announcing it. So I will announce. It's just that it's not just him. There's a whole bunch of people out there play games with hundreds of sock accounts, flash up fake accounts, pretend to be you, have conversations in front of other people, and flash them back down. It's insanity out here. It's beyond just trolling. It's a game for people that's no fun for me. And that's the only reason I'm saying it is because I am someone who's super chat engagey. No matter where I am, I'm talking to everybody. And now I'm telling everyone that I'm not talking in chat anymore. And so if anyone's, anyways, I appreciate that, JG. I've given it enough attention and we shall move on. Ignoring from here on in.
Yeah, he's a fucking douche.
Don't pay him no attention, man. That's the best attention you can
It's
give
not
him.
just him. It's not just him. I'll give you a list. I can give you a list of 7 different people. Right? It's not just him. And it's not just him for,
Block them. Then they don't exist.
No, they're obsessed, man. It's not that. No, I'm talking about people who stream and anyways, doesn't matter. It's a lot of people out here are hyper focused on me. And it's not healthy for me to have that kind of people being obsessed with me. It's disgusting. It's beyond, it's obsession. And there's at least 7 to 10 people that are obsessed with me. And it's disgusting. And I don't need that kind of attention. So, yeah.
What's the darkness? People say the darkness absorbs all the light. Then I've heard the darkness is the lack of light. Or is it both? Because people say the light is stronger than the darkness. Well, how's that? Light only goes so far and it dies out, right? Depending on the beam. Still, there's more darkness surrounding the light, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I woke up in the night and there was a really nice shadow on the wall, like a, what do they call it? What do you call it when you do like a silhouette of something? Like it's not a, anyways. It looked almost like a reverse shadow. No, those can't think of it. When you're doing like a reverse image of something where you've cut the face out instead of showing the face. You're showing the outline of the face with the face not in it. I don't know, it'll come to me.
Reflection.
Sorry, I just walked away. Not the structure. I just walked away, so I just got back.
No, it'll come to me. Negative. It's the negative, even though it's not a photograph. I think it's called the negative.
Dude. I'll was about to get off topic. I was looking at a picture
Silhouette,
there.
side profile.
Yeah, silhouette. There you go. It's a better word.
Yeah, it's called. I think it's just called a negative image. Actually, when it's not a photograph, I think it's just called a negative. Was what I'm trying to express. In fact, I know it is.
Is it the negative light that it's picking up? I wonder why it's called.
Yeah, but there was just this really neat thing. Yeah, it was almost like a light shadow that was coming onto my wall. It was just a cool picture. It really was just light coming through a tree, but the way the light was coming through the tree, it looked like the negative. It looked like the opposite.
Yeah, it's freaky. Negatives are freaky looking.
Hey,
You put them
Rebecca,
up to the light and look at them.
Sorry. I was sorry, Charles. I need to say this. Rebecca, I was going to say negative, like in a photo. When you get photos developed, you know, it's in that black, that stance. Yes, a negative. You get the negatives like on a photo. Okay, I had to say that. Sorry, Charles.
It's crazy, man. Programs. Who's watched the movie 9?
9?
Yep. Dean watched it.
I know you referenced that quite a few times during these streams. I know of it in the concept, but I never watched it.
3 and 4. There's 9 little. Yeah, I think it's 3 and 4. They don't speak, but their eyes are always. Their eyes are like a projector. Like a projector in a movie theater. You know, it projects images, like a projector TV, and they're always taking pictures with their eyes to upload the information. You gotta watch the shit. Like that movie. Like the 9 versions of that guy's soul. And the machine that creates all these weapons. It's like AI, the machine he created. It's self-learning, and all it does is build weapons on its own. There's nobody operating it. It's all like self-aware and shit. Because the thing literally takes the soul out of the little things he created. The machine sucks the soul out of it. And, but yeah, man, it reminds me of the System Machine. People got to watch the movie. You don't have to, but it's a good movie. And once again, I'll say the movie The Creator.
Well, there's a personality and character to each number, just like each letter per se has its own signature or essence. Like J is one of the youngest letters. For example, I was hearing about that on Bill Sanchez from I forgot what his name is. Go ahead.
There's one woman in that 9. Guess what number she is?
6.
Nope.
7.
Yep.
709.
Number
Yep.
7. She's the G, the god, the goddess, the portal.
Well, that would go back to the blackness, or what you were saying earlier, the light and the dark. And the dark being like the holder. I'm trying to think. The encapsulator, the holder, the Abzu, the primordial waters of existence, the black nothingness, which the light comes out of. So yeah, it's like that feminine energy would seem to proceed or be the source of the light breaking through, penetrating through the darkness, out of the darkness, right? You know, and obviously there's all different angles to this. It doesn't have to be so simple and linear, but that's just how I've conceptualized it with what I know and what we're talking about. And the archetypes of these energies. Yeah.
Who's seen the movie Simulant? It's sort of like The Creator. You know, they're trying to desensitize people to the movies about robots that work with people, and they're programmed to not go against the people and this and that. But this guy is freeing the robots by hacking in and giving them free will. Like all this fucking predictive programming desensitizes you to normalize fucking cyborg robots or whatever you want to call them, all different types. It's crazy, man. That movie Simulant. The guy dies in a car accident, and they use his heart, I think, and his brain, and they put it in a synthetic body of him. Huh. And yeah, he still has all the memories uploaded, so he thinks he still don't even know he's dead. Or
interesting.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, Charles, let me write off that for 1 second. Can I say something about that? I don't know if you guys been.
Of course.
Well, yeah, of course you guys have been around. Okay, of course you guys have been around the internet. There's already people that are like out there, like I guess on their StreamYard or their channel, whatever, and they're already using like the AI character like for themselves.
Yeah,
Have
I've
you
seen that. Yeah.
Where
Look at Mr. Beast.
like so
He said he
people
would
are
get the
all
chip in his
there.
brain.
Yeah.
Yeah. He said if
And I'm like, oh
Elon,
my.
he said he would be the first to take the chip in the brain. He's like, hell yeah. You know how much money I can make? Right? He's like, you know how much stuff you can get done? It's like, wow. You do
And then
that.
how
Let me
easily
know.
would
Let me
people
know how it turns
accept
out.
that? You know?
Yeah. You
How
do
easily
that.
would people accept that? Especially if you're younger. Like if you're your younger generation, you know you're gonna be around. Are you gonna embrace that? Are you gonna want to take the self-healing journey, I like to say? How's that gonna work out? Like look at Christo's age. You know? Look how young his age. I'm 50, so I don't, it's not too far on my brain for that. But look at Christo's age. That's things I think about, like down the road. Are people that young going to want to take the journey to heal themselves, or are they going to fall and go down that road of, I want the computer generated me. This way I can run around and do other things and then put a person of, one character of me here, another here. Because I already see people falling for it that before were like, oh no,
Yeah,
we're not
Snoop
doing that
Dogg
shit, Like, oh
said he
my.
bought property in the metaverse. Like, what the fuck is going
Like
on
in
with
a
people?
video game?
Yeah,
Like
the
a video
metaverse. They're
game?
buying $1 million properties on there. Yeah. Like, we could have, I don't know, I gotta get into that, but
It's like people
Bro
are trying to be
Sanchez,
relevant.
yeah, Bro Sanchez said we could already be in Saturn's cube, right? Because we're a soul having an experience in the flesh, so it's said, right? So we could already be in some sort of upload. Let's just say, like Avatar. You know what I mean? Or the Matrix, how they had him in that thing. Well,
And what
let's
are we
just
using
say that's
now?
a
Avatars on a
possibility.
computer.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
imagine then people want
And
to
we use
upload
them.
into there. You're going from, you're locking yourself deeper and deeper and deeper.
Now, Charles, check this out. Okay, I'm gonna go one step further. You ready? Now we're on the web. Now we're using avatars. Okay, so we don't have to have the camera on. What if that? And I'm just spitting my own little thoughts out there.
Yeah,
What if that's one step? What one step closer to
face
us
recognition.
really accepting the fact that accepting the fact that we really are in an avatar. We really
We
are
are.
just in an avatar.
And people
So
say,
it's like one
that
step
ain't true. Your
closer.
soul and your body's one. Well, really? When you die, all the electricity is it's not flowing through you no more. Someone turn the lights out.
One step closer to
That ain't
finding
true,
the
Chuck.
truth, or I don't know,
That's why when you die, they'd be like, they jolt your ass back. They're jump starting your battery. Get over here.
Well, there's the principle in philosophy that, meditation, yoga, psychedelic plant medicine experiences ultimately at a deeper, level of meaning for why doing that would be preparation for death, some would say. These different practices, quote unquote spiritual practices, as they may say, the yoga, meditation, plant medicines, it does, the astral projection experiences, even lucid dreaming, kind of just getting familiar with your psyche and the connection to that great beyond, that mystery of, all these different concepts and words and labels we have for God, the other side, spirit world, just the deeper aspect of your subconscious, even, all the different ways you can look at it and understand it and conceptualize it. Ultimately, what we know as death, all these different spiritual practices are a preparation for that crossing over, for the navigation, because it's not just like a black and white thing, right? There is some type of in between, not like limbo, but rather it was known as the bardos in the East. So it's the different stages after death that you go through. The soul is transporting through these different places. It's just like the 7 realms above and below type concept. Like there's bridges between, it's not just like, oh, you're in heaven or you're in hell or you're in the spirit world. Like it gets more complex and dynamic than that, basically. There's stages to it.
like
There's levels, there's layers.
Like level,
Limbo would
levels.
be like the
I get what you're saying,
grounding.
Christos. I get what you're saying. I can relate that.
Yeah. Negative and positive flowing in and out. So
Well, think of how many things out there that say stuck in the in between. There's things in movies, songs. You say stuck in the in between.
Yeah, look at Constantine.
But like what Christos
you don't remember
was saying,
that in the
there could
movie?
be different levels, different levels. Constantine.
Who's seen the movie Constantine?
That's the name of the movie?
Yeah.
Yeah,
wasn't
the
that
Demon
with,
Hunter?
yeah. When he put his feet in the water and they electrocuted him, he was sitting in that chair and they put a cat. He needed the cat. Now, the cat is the only animal in this realm that it could change its eyes from lizard to round. The only animal. So what are cats? No, lions don't do it. Tigers don't do it. Cheetahs don't do it. Only little feline kitties. What the fuck are they crossbred with? We're a genetic farm. I know it's hard for people to accept that, but that's a possibility.
I've never heard that before. Are you saying the pupils of a cat's eye can be slit or round?
Yeah, I've watched my cat, Chloe, that passed away. She would sit here, and I stare in their eyes, and I've seen them go from like a lizard walked around. So it's kind of like bugged out. I'm sure
When
any
the
other
light
cat
hits their
owner
eyes,
has seen
Rebecca,
it.
you've never seen that? Yeah, Rebecca, you never seen that? When the light hits the cat's eyes, they slant, but when there's no light, they open up round. Yeah, on a cat, on any cat.
Who's seen videos? Look on YouTube. There's videos of animals like dogs and cats that are seeing stuff that we can't see, and that to me that's mind blowing. Unless you know they're probably tripping off a dust particle, or you know, the dog. There was this video. This lady was sitting on her bed, and her dog was next to her, and the dog seen something. It was terrified. The dog was shaking. She scanned her phone. There's nothing there. The dog was freaking out, man. It got off the bed. It was barking. The thing was terrified. But there was nothing there.
Yeah, that's definitely some context clues per se. Yeah, definitely heard a lot of stories like that. It makes sense. I've had the experiences myself, actually. You know, once when I was off a couple grams of mushrooms, and I did sense a spiritual presence for sure, and my cat was going crazy about it. So there's definitely something there, some type of correlation. The animal is able to perceive things that we might not be able to unless we're in altered or heightened states of awareness per se of the light spectrum, of you know, the dimensions that weave into ours at all times, whether we realize it or not. Right, yeah. And that's why I said I wasn't even referring to limbo at all earlier.
Yeah, seeing into the other realms. Yeah.
The Bible wasn't even written by God.
No.
It was written by Ho Chi Minh. Who are the philosophers? No, I was joking. I said Ho Chi Minh. The Ho Chi Minh Trail in Vietnam. Anyway,
Charles, where did that eat? Okay, sorry. Sorry.
That was hella funny. I love being random as fuck like that and throwing people off.
I be in my own just thinking
Out of
like
left
of
field,
shit.
yeah. Well,
Like
I know.
I
Funny.
think back at stuff that you know, it's the same saying is people don't
I just normally
understand
do it in
stuff.
quiet. Well, no, I don't. I do it loud.
They say it's evil, or if they don't, you know, if they fear something, they'll shoot it because they don't know no better. Same thing, you know, people demonize so much. If they would only look into things, they would see things differently. But people, you know, on their own choice, there's nothing wrong with it. Maybe one day it'll change. You know, they got the blinders on. One track mind.
Yeah, willfully ignorant.
Yeah.
Choosing
Like,
cognitive dissonance. Yeah.
Yeah, your boss tells you. It'll be like your platoon sergeant telling you to shoot a 6-year-old and you sniper him down. Just because you were told. You knew it was wrong, but you did it just because you didn't want to disobey your order. Yeah. You know, it's kind of like stay in your house because we told you to. Me, I'm like, who are you talking to? That's crazy when that happened. I don't know why I thought of that, but yeah, everyone locked herself in their home. That bugged me out. I was like, wow. I'm like, yo, the power of the TV, bro.
Yeah, I like how you
I
can
wonder if they
simplify the terms there, Christos, with the words. Sorry, Charles, like the cognitive dissonance and stuff. The simple terms. You know, because like I can't do that yet because, you know, the clutter of energy. I can't do that. So when I hear people say the simpler terms, yeah, it makes it easier, you know, instead of, you know,
What's
talking around the
cognitive?
bush and back, I like to say.
I
Sorry,
forgot
Charles.
what cognitive means.
With the brain, with the mind, awareness, cognition.
Shit.
Being
1.5
cognizant.
hours.
Right? You know those words, bro? Cognizant, cognition.
Yeah.
Like it just means utilizing like brain power, utilizing your mind.
And dissidence is like disobedience.
Yeah, relating to or being conscious. Being relating to or being conscious mental activities.
Yeah, willfully dissociating yourself from a certain train of thought that would be per se logical, rational, leading towards truth, and turning yourself away willfully. That's like cognitive dissonance.
And especially right now in the world, they're going around and wanting to label everybody with that, you know?
The real said, there are robots that can move so fast the human eye cannot see it. I see them spraying the sky sometime, and I don't see the outline of a plane. I just see the fucking line being sprayed, you know, and it makes me wonder, do they have like automatic fucking, because planes are programmed to fly a route through the computer, right? So why couldn't they have non-manned whatever spraying the sky, the lines? What's going on with that, man? I think they have technology that can make you invisible.
I think that's been admitted at this point, right? They got some type of cloaking, like an actual like blanket type cloak, and then like something for like aircraft as well.
Military, yeah.
Yep. They got the blanket.
Military. Yeah, I heard the
that
military. Yes, they throw over they're actually using it right now, I believe, from what I've researched, yeah. Like Harry Potter, you know, in Harry Potter when he threw that damn, you know, like that, but in the military, can you imagine that? And you just throw that little boom, and now the
perfect
enemy
example.
don't see. Can you? Yep, Harry Potter. Boom, they gave it to us right there. Harry Potter.
100%.
Oh, I've also seen a thing where also the military or whoever's on the ground. I'm sorry, I'm pretty medicated right now. Whoever's on the ground, military walking around, they're walking around with the robots. They got them walking around, but they're walking around with them, and they're instructed not to shoot or fire because they don't know how they're going to react yet. So they're just walking around with them on the ground now, like with the, you know, the regular people behind. I'm like, oh my, I'm watching the stuff and I'm like, oh my, they already got him like out. I'm like, yeah.
They've probably always had them.
You guys seen that at all?
Can you guys hear me?
I showed you the video. I showed you the video at the football game. They had them out, the robots scanning the crowd. Go ahead, Bex.
Well, I was just gonna say that, you know, I remember seeing the animatronics that, I don't know if it's a Disney thing, but it's around the 50s or 60s. They had some decent-ish animatronics. that definitely weren't robots, but sometimes I just think that they show us this kind of technology as it's being rolled out that is actually way behind the times to make us not realize that we already exist in a time where there's been robots around us all the time, you know? So yeah, that's why when I watch those kinds of things, my first thought, because I'm thinking of the one where there's that big, there's that big transformer robot walking behind someone who's Middle Eastern in a what looks like a mall or a airport, and he's huge. And they're talking about how it's like $2 million, or I don't even know much, $100 million, just way too much money. But that what this robot can do.
20,000 of them underground.
Well, yeah, and you're just like, and I mean, yeah, to me, it's like, well, if you can make something like that, why would you actually make the one, like, you know, to me, it just makes more sense. You'd make one that's a passable robot, you know, Sophia, even if we went with the narrative of how they unroll stuff to us, Sophia was shown to us, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 years ago, right? Like these, they're obviously even more further advanced, even if I wasn't going with my initial hypothesis. So that's why even with this soul, this being trapped in a cube thing totally could be the case. But what if it's a hospital? Like, I know, what if it's not a trap? Like, what if it actually is a place that was the only place to go because of whatever disaster had befallen everywhere? And whatever we're doing here is repairing ourselves. And, you know, if we were in a imaginary hologram sort of black cube of some sort, you know, I just think that we're always quick to believe that everything is so negative when obviously if we were in some sort of hospital, even if it had been after some major war and there's some box could attract, you know, spirits with no bodies to it. I don't know. I just think it's quick to me, it just makes sense that, you know, if there's a negative thing going on, could it be illness, not orchestrated, you know, like, I don't know. Because to me, when I meet some of the people I know, and I, you know, this whole NPC idea of people are just straight up fucking assholes, right? Crazy motherfucking assholes, you know, claiming they have gigantic spirits when in fact they look soulless to everyone else, you know, because not to bring it back to what I've seen online as of late, but I'll tell you, it ain't entertainment. And in these streets, we know how to play. You know, it's not entertainment. It's sick. It's illness. It's unwell. You know, when you can get to that level of megalomaniacal, my spirit is the greatest, you know, and you look like you don't have one, you know, I think that it's not necessarily money that, money's not the root of all evil. There's got to be something else. And maybe that's not having a soul or something.
Well, money is like, to me, money is, there's no value in it anyway. It's an IOU, number one, but money triggers, like, money, and I think, like, having your back to the wall because you got to do so much just to live what we call life, right? The system is like a leech or a parasite. You got to keep feeding it to keep it off of you, to keep it from consuming you.
Hey, Charles. If you got Google handy, Google automatons, AUTOMOTONS, history. And I bet you'll find they got some of those pictures that you like to show. Look at that and see if anything piques your interest, bro.
Yeah, good call. That's a good word.
Yeah, they've been making like mechanical beings for a long time, bro.
Well, check it out. There's that one old movie.
Sorry,
real
go ahead.
quick, Bex. No, you're good. There's that one old movie where they depict that Greek god that's basically like a mechanical god. And so, you know, especially for that era, even then they were, you know, they had a concept of golems or avatars, you know, automatons, these beings that were like robots before robots, like a more archaic version. You know, automaton is definitely a good word for it. Creating a sentient being.
And that's what I meant earlier when I said animatronics. I meant automaton.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Animatronics is what they use in zoos to convince you of evolution. Not to say evolution isn't a thing. I'm not anti-science, but just the whole ape to man thing. It's a bit much. In my opinion.
Well,
But,
Rebecca,
yeah.
Rebecca, I don't mean to cut you off, but that will bring it back to like what you were saying before. Like, what if it's been around longer? You know, like what if it has actually been around a lot longer, but maybe they're just now, you know, a lot longer. Because that's what, you know, that's what you originally were saying, a lot longer. And
Yeah.
just
What
now.
if we are the biological reproductive robot experiment of God, working out its first few baby steps? Next level. Because if there was animatronics that wanted to be sentient and wanted the ability to not last forever, we are a robot's wet dream.
I'm joking. We are.
And we are
that would
robots' wet
explain
dream.
why they're in such a hurry, my friends.
I agree.
Well, and I think, my friends, I think on that note, I'm gonna go.
That's
Much
why,
love to you
like
guys.
I say, you made a good point, Beck. So
okay.
I've got no. Thank you for having me, Charles. I'll be back. Nice to see you, JG, Into Groove, Christos, Kimba, and Charles, and everyone in the chat. I've just made coffee. I'm gonna go get on my paperwork. I'll be listening in the background. Bye for now.
Peace out.
like, just like they're tuning in, like different robots are in stages. I think the flesh was in stages through genetic manipulation, like we always talk about the Blemmies, the Cyclops, all these messed up until they got their alchemy and everything else in line to create the perfect human. Same thing as creating a robot. How many stages does that go until you perfect it and got everything flowing right, everything balanced so it works?
But why are they trying so hard to kill us off? You know, filling us full of toxins
Maybe
and
it's
poison.
to see, they're always doing experiments to, see what the body, maybe they're doing it for their psycho reason. It is psychological warfare. It's a, how did I put it that time? It's psycho's logic. That's why it's psychological warfare. It's a psycho's logic, man. They'll explain the reason why they're doing it, killing you off, and it'll be logical to them. They'll be like, it has to be done. It's okay or something, right? We're doing it. We're doing it from the love of Jesus.
Well, if you talk about, like you were talking earlier, Charles, about Satanists, like you said, basically like you've never heard Satanists really push their religion, or, that they haven't really proved themselves to be that negative or evil of a force, right? But the head of the psychological operations division of the Army was that Michael Aquino guy. And he came from the Church of Satan and started his own satanic church. You know what I mean? That's how they get their hooks in, bro.
What they do is dehumanize you. So they dehumanize you to a point where now you're a terrorist in their eyes. Now you're, worthy of being canceled.
Well, they're terrorized. You know what I mean? They're the ones terrorized. You got to think about that. Like, whose perspective is the terrorist?
They're spreading terror through your eyes.
We've been terrorized the past 4 years. We've been terrorized. You know what I mean? Sick, dude.
Dehumanization and moral exclusion.
Yep, nice and simple.
It's like I heard the story last night. Somebody mentioned Pandora's box. I think it was a tarot reader, actually. But in the story, she brought up Pandora's box. And the thing I remember about that is that she let hope out. And that seems to be what they're working so hard to kill off right now, is everybody's hope.
Yeah, but hope is built off of
okay.
hope is created because people don't know how to save themselves. And then what they do is they play both sides, man. They build up your hope and then they give you your savior. They're in on both sides, man. They're playing the savior and the fucking taker at the same time. The thief and the savior that comes along and saves you from the thief.
Well, I'm telling you, bro.
Both ends.
The trump card for this religion thing, I've had this hunch for a long time, and I tell my religious people this in various ways. But if they get everybody clinging to this Bible, to the Savior idea, the last trump card they're going to play on that shit is they're going to tell people that they wrote that book. And what is that going to do to the hope of these religious people who put all their hope into that? That's why you can only save yourself. You have to have your own indestructible religion, your own belief system. Because I know my hope don't rely on that book, and that's why it doesn't. Because you're not going to pull the rug out from me, and you know, that's why that's not my authority. My authority is within me. Even if I'm dead, I have hope. I have a belief. I have faith that my creator, my guiding spirit light, whatever, my God is still intact because it doesn't rely on a book or some Jesus that's never coming back here, bro. So far. If he does, I'll be the first to step up and say, hey, bro, glad to see you. But other than that, bro, like, I ain't waiting on that shit. Fuck them books, man.
Well, you know, I'm sure people would just fall into cognitive dissonance even, you know, like we were saying earlier, to bring it full circle. If people wouldn't be able to handle it, it would just be, even if there was solid, you know, presentation and proof, people would just look the other way, you know.
Yeah, like it says in the book, their hearts will fail them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
This is their savior right here. That's supposed to be
And we're
a
already seeing
robot.
that on the internet. We're seeing on the
Created
internet,
by-
guys, right? I mean, when you talk to people on the internet, I'm sorry, Charles, just on the internet, you know, if you try to discuss it with them, they're like, oh no. If you even try to wreck a belief system of, you know, this actual God coming back to save them, like you said, cognitive, they're like, oh no, shut down. That switch goes off in their brain. You're wrong. They're holier than thou. Okay, I yield.
Hey, this makes me think about, I know a lot of people probably have a negative opinion on him, but I look at everything, right? But Marilyn Manson has a song, and the title is The Inauguration of the Mechanical Christ. And that falls right in line with what you're showing right here, bro, and saying right now. Yeah. I mean, what is AI?
Yeah, that robot.
Except, like, AI is a consciousness for a robot. That's all that really is. If you look at the grand, why are they pushing that so hard?
It's a pretty corny robot.
Yeah, that was a good comment. I agree.
I was gonna say that one on the left, Gary, but a little more updated. Yeah, sorry, a little more updated. Sorry.
Doesn't look real.
Exactly. And the thing has a gun in its hand when it's walking with the military. It's got actually carrying a weapon, and it's walking. It has more of a head on it. That's why it's a little more, refurbished. But that is hella great. Could you? I only have one word that comes to mind if I saw something like that, people, and it's called a bat. That's right, a big old bat. See, so that's just weird in my eyes. Very, very weird.
Well, it's like the Terminator movie, right? You looked at the exoskeletons. I mean, that movie was like, the first one was like 1980, 1981. They already had the whole design, you know, they had a perfect model for the human design in a robotic form. Way more advanced than these pictures, especially the one on the left.
That was my
Who's
nickname
that?
for the Terminator.
Who's this coming up? Oh, it said
Skynet, Jeff.
extra fluoridated water. Someone's trying to come up, trying to be funny.
MC Nemesis.
Probably. Yeah, they got a thing called extra fluoridated water. Is that you, Christos?
No, that's not me. I don't know who that is.
So this is supposed to be Leonardo da Vinci's creation here, this robot thing. And then this is today's tech, which they're way ahead. They got robots that run full speed faster than the so-called human and will shoot and not miss its target. I mean, these robots are critical, man. Peace, Voy. Foy is in the house without a doubt. This is a chess playing robot.
The robot that looks like it runs like a dog, and it opens the door with an
You're borging out.
Can you hear me
Well,
now?
yeah, we hear you.
Okay, never mind. Go on. Go on. It wasn't meant to be. Go on. Go on the groove.
Well, I was just gonna add one thing about all, like those Boston acoustic robots and everything.
What, these?
Not even those, but like the ones that they would show us like stacking boxes and shit, right?
I'm
And
gonna
like
pull some more pictures up of them.
But without the wires attached, what is the power source driving them? Because there's a link there that we could point out. We could say, well, if you got the power source on that little robot, how long can it go without recharging? And why do we still not have, like what you talk about, free energy? So there's a secret hidden in plain sight right there. That if we scrutinize them and forced an answer out of them, we'd probably learn something.
Iron Man.
Yeah.
That makes me think of Iron Man in the groove with that thing in the middle of the chest, with thing like that kept it going.
Yeah, they'll tell you it's nuclear in some way. They always go to the nuclear thing because most people don't understand.
Yeah.
But nuclear is not. Well, at least with the technology, and that's the thing, we got to call them out on their bullshit. With the technology they present to us, it's not even scientifically possible. That's why, unless y'all have seen these robots in real life, like me, I've seen all the videos they show with all these robots doing shit. I still hold out a piece of scrutiny that that's all CGI, bro. I don't, unless I see one in real life.
I've seen the videos of these robots the military uses. Yeah. They got tanks. I'm about to show one now that they use like playing a video game. They could stand and drive this bitch.
That's one of them.
and they don't need. It's not going to be hand-to-hand combat no more. It's going to be drones and fucking remote control tanks. Like, you know, when you're little, you had a remote control car. Well, but way better. That's the type of wars coming. Real guerrilla warfare. And this is
I
it.
wonder if
Imagine having one of these. This is my remote control car right here.
I wonder if these robots can fly planes.
Yeah, they do. Just look at the system the plane uses. The when they're up there, it's guided by a signal. The plane the pilots just sit there while the plane flies on cruise control. It already knows where it's going.
No, what I'm thinking is like
There's already an autopilot.
robots, like
JDs.
robots. I wonder if he can fly a plane. Like, I wonder if they have these specific robots that are.
Everyone's Borging out. Just look up 2023 military technology robots. Put that in there if you want, and man, you could find all sorts of, like, this is from a video, this robot. And this robot runs faster than a human. It shoots while running and will never miss. You could push the thing down, it gets back up. I mean, dude,
Yeah,
they sent
that's what I'm
12 of
talking
these.
about, Charles, that one.
Yeah, I've showed this video.
Yeah, keep going.
Imagine they send 12 of these at you. I mean, it ain't like a human. They're not gonna feel sympathy. You know, they're coming for your ass. And there is no, oh, I'm sorry, or, you know, crying, all that, you know, pleading. Thing you don't care. It's programmed to do its job, and it's coming. So this is the future.
Well, then we need to figure out a counter weapon that short circuits electronics, because it's all running on electronics.
Counterbalance, yeah, I was about to say, like, don't forget the natural, like, response, you know, as a people. You know, I mean, we can't be too doomer about it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. There's ways around everything. I'm just saying, you know, I'm not trying to plant fear in people. I'm just stating what is a possibility.
Right, but that's the thing, right? Like, if this is the plan, bro, if they're secretly making these robots that are gonna wipe us out and shit, right? Why would they even show us? Like, that's the number one.
Maybe to control us and stare us more.
There you
Maybe
go, the fear.
it's
Yeah.
part of their plan to pump that fear into you. Like, this could happen because they have these. You know, they could only have one of these, or they could have a whole fleet and army underground. Who knows? But
Now
we
let's
all
go
know
further,
they use
Charles.
fear
We have
to
some
control us, man.
fear, and now we're on the internet talking about it.
Yeah, I don't care.
Well, they're gonna have to send it to me, because I'm not gonna succumb to the fear, and I'm not gonna consent. That's why I say
Yeah.
my life. Yeah, I'm almost 50, bro. I'm riding the next 20, 25 years if I got it. I'm sticking with my plan. I'm not. There's no need to
Hell
consent.
yeah,
at
we're
this point,
talking
you know what I
about
mean?
it. Shoot, what's wrong with that? They did it to themselves. We don't even know what's to come. That's the thing. We're creating speculation, and that's a good thing too. But like Christo says, don't let it affect you. Like, you know, it's just a speculation. You know, be prepared just in case.
Well, I have
Plan
hope.
B, C, D, and E.
My hope is we wake up one day and we all have this, I don't know, mass third eye awakening where we all say, okay, enough is enough of that. All these people doing these things, you're out of here. You either correct your ways or you're going to be taken out of here. And we're not doing that anymore. Any day we could wake up and do that. Right?
Yeah, I try not to think like the system. Like, we don't, you know, I look at it like I don't want people telling me what to do, and I shouldn't have to tell anyone else what to do. But I guess because the system has done the job.
Yeah, they're forcing the hand. They're making their move. They made their move, especially 4 years ago.
They're
They
about
made
to
a
get the
bold.
Stockton slap. That's what they're about to get.
There's a reason
Yeah.
plant medicines are on the rise, and I'm always talking about this shit. Not
Yeah.
just because it's like quote unquote fun or cool or whatever, or like hip nowadays. It's becoming more spread into the collective conscious, and I've heard other people talk about it, and I do believe that is part of the process of the counterbalance is a rising in consciousness as things are accelerating how they are.
Yes, rejuvenating. That's why I said before, Christos, I feel like the earth in the groove. I feel the same way you do, because I turned 50 on the 13th. It's, you know, it's just, it's, to me, it's like, where do we put our thought? It's good to talk about it, you know, if we want to talk about it, but then there's like discernment, you know, like discernment. Like, I get what you're saying, Charles. Talk about it, information. I don't mind that. But as far as going too deep into like, oh, screw it, this is gonna happen, you know, blah blah blah. I'm
We
not
don't know
saying
what's
you do
gonna
that.
happen.
Exactly, we don't know. But then if you
But
put
you got to be
a lot of
prepared.
us put the power of thought and positivity into living our best lives, and we go on to do that. For me, that's going to spread like wildfire. That's going to make it more predominant, and that's going to make the masses even, it's going to spread like wildfire, I'd say. And then maybe that might not come about. You know what I'm saying? They might not, because they keep pushing it further. They keep pushing a date further off, which means they're scrambling.
They're acting
It ain't
desperate, yes.
happening in their time frame. So something is, yeah, something's going right. The people are doing right, and that's why you know, I know a lot of people are at home or don't get out or talk much, but I lived in the negative. Oh, the grocery stores are running out of food, this and that. Then I started to do like Christos, like what you said. I'm like, oh, okay, more natural remedies are coming out. Books on how to heal yourself. New technology to heal yourself, operated on by the doctor. I'm like, the planet is rejuvenating itself along with the people. But if we keep our thoughts positive as a collective, I believe we can make it happen. I do. I do.
I don't want no part of their utopia.
You know?
It sounds like, has anyone ever got approached by Scientology?
Yeah, their utopia.
Well, that's interesting, Charles, because I've been getting random videos pop up about Scientology in my feed recently. I've just taken the time to watch some of them because they are very interesting. These people that like used to be in it and now are trying to, you know, dedicate their time to exposing it and what it is, and, you know, showing the corruption with the LAPD, you know, police, you know, the Los Angeles Police Department, how they got connections to the Church of Scientology. And yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
But anyway, I was looking at this picture. I just want to say what I would do with this thing is I would use it to, I would send it out, and then I would shoot my shot, and then, you know, 'cause people are going to scramble. So while that's over there shooting the shot, I'll be waiting with the sniper rifle, and everyone who runs.
Well, they got to be operating off of some type of sensors, right? A camera, so throw oil on it. You know what I mean? I mean, there's.
Oh, we could build these. You could use a remote control fucking car and put something on it. You know, like you do with drones. What about that kid who took his drone and he put his Glock on it, and the government came and took it away from him? He could legally carry too. And what he did, he showed a video on YouTube. I remember, I seen it. He had the drone and he had a Glock on there, and he was busting his gun from the drone.
Oh yeah, okay.
And the government came and took it from him. But they could build thousands of those. They got them. They're using them right now over there in that war. You know, they're dropping fucking bombs from these drones, and they did it in the Middle East too. They had drones. I mean, it's nothing new. They even use direct energy weapons in the Middle East. But
Well, yeah, that's like the Sentinels in the Matrix movies. You know, they showed us that 20 years ago.
yeah, God forbid. It's crazy, man. Even in New York City, they got these towers that are up that, you know, if you shoot a gun, it'll show up on the computer where the shots are going off, like on this. I forgot what they're called, but they're in New York City. So you can legally carry, but they're gonna track everything you do. It's crazy, man. There's no freedom. Like, I'm not gonna lie to myself and be like, we're free, because when you pull that curtain back, man, it's just all an illusion to think you're free. If we were truly free, we wouldn't have license plates and fucking register everything and all these like sensors, cameras everywhere. But it's for your safety, and people just buy into it, man. Right? Fucking, it's crazy.
Well, you can only be free in your own mind, bro, you know?
That's where it's gonna end up.
Yeah.
Where everything else is gonna be a prison, but in your mind. That sucks. That's the only way we'll be free is in our own mind. It'd be like you might as well be in prison. You know, so that's where it's coming to, man. You know, cameras everywhere.
I think you just took that the opposite direction of what In the Groove was alluding to, unless I'm misperceiving.
Well, it kind of circles back to where I was mentioning earlier about people in prison who kind of adapt. You know, a lot of people will find religion and shit in prison, right? Because the material world around them is a prison.
Yep.
But even inside themselves, they can find some freedom there, you know, whether it be spiritually or.
Yeah, then people locked in, I know what you mean. They're locked in solitary confinement 24 hours a day. Most of the time, they don't get that little half hour. Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, solitary confinement, you don't get a TV. You don't get a radio, I don't think. Maybe. You got to earn it, right? And imagine that, bro. 50 years in prison, in solitary. I don't think anyone's been there that long, but 10 years in solitary, no communication with the outside world. Like, dude, that's a whole nother mindset. If you survive that, bro, you're a true fucking warrior. Straight up. Dude. Those type of people are unbreakable, man, for the most part. But,
Well, I'm not trying to brag, bro, but in real life, I'm pretty close to solitary confinement. Like, talking on these panels is the closest I get to seeing actual people. Like, I got a friend, he'll come over like 3 times a year. I got a new friend I've met that lives close. He comes over and we do music. But, I mean, especially the past 4 years, dude, it's been very solitary. And it sucks because I'm a social person. I love people. I love, you know, I'm an introvert naturally, though. So I can manage. And solitary confinement for me, you know, I don't think it would break me. Will it suck? Yes.
Well, you got one more person than me, buddy. You got one more person. You got one more person than me. So.
But that's how we adapt, though. Like, people called me crazy when I was in prison because I like to sell more than the dorms, and it has nothing to do with being scared or nothing. There's times in prison you just gotta accept there's no time to yourself to reflect. But in the cell you get tons of that, even with a bunkie. But when you're in the dorms, you got it's just what you got. you and 150 other people. There's no, you know. So when I had a chance to go to the cell block to work, I said, sayonara.
Yeah, I
People
agree with
thought I was
that.
crazy. I was like, hell nah, bro. I just want my, you know, create a, what they call a routine, man. But yeah, life, a prison don't need to have walls or prison bars. And that's why I say that in that rhyme I play. That song, I don't even call it a song. The verse I could call it a song. When I said the school system costs children, kids as baby sheep. What did I say? Better wake the fuck up or forever sleep. Then, anyway, we've been going 5 hours, man, strong.
Yeah, I showed a couple people that song, and I think they were in the channel earlier. Yeah, I showed a couple people you
It's
because of
alright.
that music.
It's not like I was in the studio and I took time to master it and level, you know, my ad libs, some of them are off. Like I didn't put I was just testing it out actually. Some of them verses you hear, I did in one shot. So there was no, you know, some were like 5. But I have a lot of fucking verses I've been writing. And I'm about to start laying shit down in a minute. Because I have some beats lined up. And I'm ready to start putting together Fuck the One World Government album.
Well, I like to hear.
Yeah, I'm in a
think
creative lull right now myself. Like,
Yeah, and the groove was good,
Yeah.
man. I wish I could fly out to where you are, but I'm a broke ass bum.
I hear you, bro.
You got that nice studio, probably make everything sound crystal clear. But I could send you files.
Yeah, again, I've been for months now. I've been trying to sell a few extra items to get up the funds to buy a better sampler. But my new music friend that I found recently, he's got 2 MPCs, and
Or you could send me a beat.
yeah, I could do that.
You got hip hop beats, or you can make one. It don't
Oh, yeah,
have to
definitely.
be your best creation ever. I just want to make music with people from the, you know, like I had a bucket list. I wanted to do a track with Drop, but I'm still not satisfied. I want me and Sir Drop to make a track that is playable anywhere, where it sounds crystal clear, you know, the ad libs are on point, shit like that. A song that you can put on an album. And it will get done. I got Sir Drop. Frenchie Kush disappeared. I don't know where he went. Probably working his ass off.
Well, here's the
I'd
thing,
send
bro.
you a verse.
Huh?
We'll figure something out in the future, Charles, and sometimes in the near future. We'll figure something out because I got a buddy. I just need to clear some things up with him. He has some equipment, and he makes beats. He's offered to help me kind of do what Sir Drop has done, helping you out, getting it, put together. So, yeah, man, because I've been writing rhymes for years, since I was in high school, actually. I'm 25 now, and I still have it in me. And I understand the art, and I do have a love for it, actually. I used to do it all the time, freestyling and writing, and just the poetic part of it, and getting abstract with the mind. And, like when I found Killer Priest, the music he was making these days as well, being independent, that inspired me even more. hearing what he was offering and the style and the creativity and the imagery. But anyway, go ahead, end the group. Just want to throw that in there.
Yeah, Color Priest is a fucking G.O.D. in hip hop.
I was just gonna say, if you can record your stuff in what they call stems, you familiar with that? You know, if you can, and you can extract it later. They're getting better with the software now, to where you can extract the vocals, the drums, the bass lines, the melodies out of a recording, and then you could take all those 4 parts, and a professional mix or mastering person, or even a software, if you can find one that you like to use, you can remaster
420 hertz.
all those parts together. So the most important thing is to just get your idea down, put a beat, or even if you can record your vocals separate from the beat and just have the beat and your vocals separate. You can give that to, yeah, well, if you got that, you can give that to
I do that.
a professional person, and they can tighten it up, bro. It's all about just squishing the levels, some compression on the beats, and layering your vocal level in there just right, where it's all.
That's why I like BandLab. You ever use BandLab? Because you lay your verse down with the beat, but it's a separate thing. So you could turn the beat off and just go a cappella after you lay it down still. You know?
Yeah, well,
you're flowing to the beat, but it's a separate file. So the voice file is separate from the beat file. You get what I'm saying? Which is awesome.
Yeah, look into stems, bro. That's what all that's about. And there's a program, it's coming out big now in the DJ arena. So you're able to take like somebody else's DJ or EDM song or any song really, and it can isolate all those parts. And so I would look into that, or anything dealing with stems, because that's all that is taking the parts and having them separate. It's like multi-track, like the multi-track record.
Yeah, Eric Sermon used to be one of my, when he had the Green-Eyed Bandit, and he produced a lot of beats for Redman. Like Eric Sermon, people be sleeping on him. RZA, there's a lot of good producers. The RZA don't get enough credit though. I like the RZA because he plays instruments. He's also a lyrical master, and yeah, there's a lot of good beat.
But like all those artists that we probably like from the 80s and 90s, especially dance music in that era, it was all
house music. Remember that?
All of that was just basically like the equipment I have. And, a lot of it, when it was recorded, it wasn't mastered. The time it gets mastered is when it finally got sent to the record press or the person pressing the CDs, right? Then you got a guy on the back end who is mastering your track for the vinyl press. And that's really all the mastering that a lot of that older music has, but it doesn't have to be perfect. That's something I struggle with too. I want everything to be perfect, and if you get caught up in that, you won't get a lot done. If you just put it all down, dude, you can come back later and fix it up. Especially nowadays. That's the one good thing about this quote AI, which is not really AI. It's just the same thing with a new tag rehashed, automated software.
AI, artificial ignorance.
Yeah, algorithmic.
That was good.
Making music. Like I don't know. I tried to get my friend that we made an album growing up. And believe it or not, he sent me a verse. But he was all drunk and shit. I don't know if he was serious or not. I'm like, bro, you can do better than that, Maybe, some people think, oh man, we're old now. Bro, I don't care if I'm 70. I'm still gonna be writing rhymes. Probably putting them down.
And that's the good thing about it, bro, is when you're dealing with songs and sound. If we're not worried about the image and the video and, you know, being the next jackass with a record contract, that's the one thing you can do till the day you die. As long as you can speak and, you know what I mean? You do get better with age. With music.
Smoking G Sharp.
What's up, G?
Fucking. I don't know. I try not to speak negative stuff in rhymes, but and I realize it's just a part of me. You know, you can't. How can you be balanced? You know.
Well, that's the
only
thing,
way
dude.
to be balanced is to embrace both sides, man.
If you're in a fucking mood, bro, and you want to make a fucking NWA type song, make that motherfucker. And then the next one you make,
Hell yeah.
make that some fucking positive. They don't have to all be the same. You know what I mean? Like me, I stick with mostly dance music, instrumental stuff when I'm on my own. But this new guy I'm working with, he is a rapper. And I'm interested in that. And I'm interested in rock music. If they, you know, if you want to make some industrial metal, I can give you the beats and the bass lines. You put a live guitar and some vocals over it. I'm interested in all of it. Yeah, I've kind of tapered off. No, you can go ahead.
bro.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, I've tapered off with playing drums. But if a country band came to me and said, "Hey, we need a drummer for this country music," if it's like some outlaw country, if it's something I can get down with, fuck, I'll do that. You know what I mean? Don't limit yourself, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I have
Charles,
some
you
ideas.
do what you like, you know.
Make it
No, you do
authentic,
what
yeah, bro.
you like, you know. What's your interest? Yeah, your interest.
Like, Stir Drop. I'm not, you know, dick riding or nothing, but you know, he's very talented. He's very lyrical. If people listen to what he says and all his rhymes, like I go to his channel and listen to his music.
for real.
I mean, his
Me too.
talent is, and it's not just music, man. It's when he speaks wisdom and knowledge, and his comedy is awesome. I tell him, bro, make some more comedy. Like, he's funny as hell with that comedy. The skits he does are off the chain.
He actually, Charles, I'm downloading an app to help him do something with comedy because I'm all up in that, you know, that mode of, you know, like Intergroup said, I'm 50. Life
That's
is
right.
short for me. It always has been. So I'm in my, I like to say my alchemy mode. So so everything to me is comical because I see things different do, you know. So yeah, I mean,
Comedy and
everybody's
laughter
human
is
behavior.
great.
I can't help it.
Yeah.
I don't laugh. Yeah, the human
Great
psyche
psychological
always
medicine.
fascinated me. People, yeah,
For
people
that.
take it
Kimbo's
wrong.
always
But
trying to look at things in positive
that's
light.
me. Yeah.
And it is, you know, when I look at things in a negative light and then I look at things in a positive light, obviously you're going to feel better, right? And I've had days where all day I think negative and I'm mad. It does a number on the body. You know, you're all tired,
100.
pissed off, and it's no good.
Yeah. Exactly.
I had to learn from watching my mother be manic depressed and sit in the house all day, go nowhere and just be depressed. It could destroy you.
Yeah, you don't want to do it every day.
Yeah.
Like, I have a bad day, bro, and I
Charles, if
just
we've
accept
already
it.
been there. Yeah. I was gonna say, especially Charles, if a lot of us have already been there, we dove deep down there, and it was very hard to come out, but we did come out of it. You know,
Right.
we managed to come out of it. We're still here. We're still alive. We know the damage we could do. Like you said, your body, oh, forget about it. When I learned what stress and all that does on your body, except if you take another energy and then trying to get rid of it, ooh. Yeah, you get a little more choosier with what you do, where you put your thoughts, your actions, and all that.
Up your volume a little bit, Kimbo.
But
They're
it's a
saying
process.
they're saying your volume's low, Kimbo.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, you do have to alchemize that, right? Like we are better off the fact that we do look at all this dark shit and we do come out the other side. People who are in denial and refuse to look at any of this stuff subconsciously, they are in some they do have a psychological disturbance there, whether they they can love and light all day long, but at the end of the day, if you're ignoring the obvious, it is having an effect on the body. That's why I think mental illness, the number one cause of mental illness, in my opinion, is suppression of emotions, thoughts, and ideas. If you experience those and process them, alchemize them, like you say, then you can get rid of them. Or you can. My brain started working differently at a certain point where I always used to brainstorm for a solution and focus on the negative and, man, I hate this job, all this kind of thoughts every day. And then at a certain point, I came out the other side of that. My brain started thinking more solution oriented. So now anytime something negative pops up, my first thought is, okay, what's a solution to that? And I'm not short on them. I can come up with a solution. You give me a problem, I'm going to give you a suggestion for something.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
That means you pay
Okay,
attention
in the
to
groove.
detail.
With that real quick, I'm sorry. Let me ask you real quick, in the groove, okay, because I can relate. When that happens with you, does your brain automatically go to like you find something? Like for me, I just find something positive, either something that makes me laugh. I feel weird because I feel like I turn into the Joker, I say, okay? And I'm like, damn, is that, anyways, so then I find something to laugh about, like a memory, something I just might have did stupid, or thinking of maybe a conversation I had or something, and I'm like, oh, and then I start laughing, and boom, I just pulled myself out of it.
Yeah, it's a release.
That quick.
Like
but it's
I'm a
practice.
big fan of
It's a lot of practice. And sometimes I don't even do it. Yeah. Go on.
like back in 2007, 2008, I was in a dead end job that I hated. And psychologically, I knew that I was headed for another 10, 15, 20 years of just sitting at a desk being a nothing and being miserable. And then I found comedy on YouTube, stand-up comedians, the Opie and Anthony show. I can 100% say that shit changed my life, saved my life. And that's what got me interested in pursuing psychology, even in university setting. It was the closest thing that I could relate to, but it all had to do, well, it was two things. It was comedy and some very elementary entry level practices of just Buddhism, which is more so the mindfulness and, you kind of have to guard your mind. You can't let everything in. That's why I don't watch movies and shit anymore. I don't watch the news. There's some people that just watch the news all day long, and it's like, I used to be there, but you're never gonna. It's a never-ending cycle. If you just intake all that stuff, and you have to create, your own psychiatry at that point. If it's laughter,
Yeah, because you
fuck
start
that
feeding
shit
your
up,
brain
man.
all that crap. Yeah, you feed your brain all that crap, right? You feed it all that crap, and then before you know it, I've witnessed people like this, all my family, people around me, and then when you get around them, it's like I like to say, I don't know, I call it like a radiated rat. They're like on an overload of all this crap they watched, and then they create and bring about their shitty attitude, and I like the resting bitch face, and they ain't so happy-go-lucky because they just put their energy there,
Yeah, when I hang around people in like real life, I don't talk about any of this stuff going on. Like I'm in a making jokes and being lighthearted, light conversation kind of mindset. So that's why, when I come on here, this is the purpose of this for me, is speaking truth and looking at things honestly. But in a social setting, I understand. But yeah, it's like you say, you get around these other people, these normies, they want to talk about what the news is saying. Oh, can you believe all this negative shit, all the Trump this, and they, to me, they're negative.
Right.
But they would say I'm the negative one, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. What, you don't want to know about it? Hell no, I don't. Yeah. You're feeding me that negative. Yeah, exactly.
And when you listen to them, they're just talking about the most entry. They don't process nothing. They're just regurgitating the programming. Well, we're all through the programming. We're on the edge. We program ourselves, just like we're all talking right now. We've all got our own little solutions, whether it's making music or it's finding comedy and laughter, whether it's going out and sitting in nature. We are alchemizing ourselves without ignoring the darkness, right? So we are the healthy, balanced ones. We can look at both sides and still come out on top, positive, creatively.
Yeah.
Spiritually.
And that's what a lot of people are doing right now. They're creating. They're starting to create, make things, come in tune with skills, things they probably didn't do before. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And that's what I believe, Yes. Well, I believe I should be doing that. I'm not speaking for other people, but for me, yes.
But even having those thoughts, you're already on the right path. You know what I mean? Now all you got to do is put it in motion and it starts feeding itself. Well, most people would just tell you what? Oh, I can't. I just gotta put my head down, dude. I just go to work and pay my bills. They're not alchemizing nothing.
Cheeks up movement.
They're collecting stress. That's all.
That's the cheeks up movement. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, cheeks up. Face down. Cheeks up.
Yeah. when people pay taxes, like, people should know by now, taxes don't go. They say taxes are to keep the city running and to fix the streets and to, keep the water running and the lights on. And, it's to line the rich people's pockets even more. The money, they know 90% of the money, more like 99% of the money that goes into your bank account every week is going right back into their pocket. They got people to the point where you ain't saving money unless you have many avenues of money coming in. And you probably, but yeah, what time is it? I'm gonna end this live in like 20 minutes. 20 minutes.
Well, when you're steady working a job and you got steady income and you live paycheck to paycheck, well, you're in a loop. But I can speak for myself. When the income stream stopped for me, my whole way of thinking about even how to manage and get through life, I've been essentially without a full-time job since 2009. And I'm still here. I'm not homeless. I got my lights on, and I got water, I got food. It gets rough at times. I get a day or two here where it's like, nothing. I'm on the verge of, not having much to eat or whatever. But it always comes through. It always happens.
Life's a roller coaster.
Thinking different. Looking at resources differently. shopping differently, not paying for cable TV. You know what I mean? Like little things like that.
Yeah.
Not having a brand new
Yeah,
expensive
making
card.
changes, making a little change.
Cable TV is a rip.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
Remember,
make a
remember
little
when they would
changes
have
to
like
make it more
800
suitable
channels?
exactly for your. Yep, yep.
Just like the
800
homeless.
channels was having basic cable 8 times. That's it. You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Those 800 channels repeat themselves. There's like 20 channels that are playing the same episode, but on 20 different channels. It's crazy. It was a rip. You got basic cable 8 times. That's all you did. You're paying for it 8 times.
Yeah, I just have free TV right now, you know, local channels with the little free airwave antenna thing. But I don't even watch that, bro. It's like,
Yeah, my friend said he just got this free internet installed. You don't have to pay nothing. And I'm like, oh, what's the government up to now? You know, that's the problem. People are gonna get comfortable, and that's how they get us, man. You know, everyone believes the government is out for our own protection, and they want to take guns for our safety. Well, all I gotta say is, look what happened to Europe when they gave up their guns. Look what happened to Venezuela. They got duped, and they started annihilating. And guns don't kill. It's the moron behind the trigger. There's a point I was going with that, but I forgot. A little bit of fluoride got into my thought.
I was gonna say gun kill
Like-
people, people kill people. But Charles, with that, buddy, I'm pretty medicated. I've been on here a while, and I must bow out and leave. I have motherly
Thanks,
duties
Kimba.
to do.
And I love those plants.
Okay.
That's why I took screenshots of
Thank
them.
you. Peace, y'all.
peace out. Peace out, Kimba.
Peace, Kimba. Kimba got some beautiful
okay.
plants.
Matter of fact, that's what I'm going to check on right now. Make sure they're not dying, and you know they're going
I'm
right.
gonna show
because
them
I'm
off.
not losing these. If I lose my few of those, it's gonna feel like I had a miscarriage. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna cry. Okay, guys, it's been fun. It's been fun. See you all later. Christos, Charles, chat in the group. Peace.
Peace out.
That was funny, Charles.
Who wants to see some children of Kimba's?
Charles was whispering like Joe Biden.
Who, me? I'm whispering?
He's loud on my end.
Nah, earlier. You were doing a whispering tone of voice earlier.
Look at my buddy. This is my step brother. No, these aren't mine. Look at this purple beauty.
They're amazing plants, really are.
Those are Kimba's children, man. Yep. Damn, man. I need to get me one of these. You know. People. Get the people comfortable. That's their plan. Get you nice and comfortable. It's like a snake. Snake lures you in. Get you nice and comfortable. As soon as you turn away from looking at it, it strikes because it knows you're turning away.
Well, that's the one positive thing that I'm kind of grateful for, the fact that I haven't had a job in so long. I've had to become comfortable with being uncomfortable. You know what I mean? So I'm prepared for the worst, and as far as that goes, but I'd still like to avoid it.
I don't know. I still think these pictures I don't think that's fire. I think that's some sort of energy. Same with this. Anyway, we could be wrong, you know? There's nothing wrong with being wrong.
Just be honest, right? Honesty is what's important.
Yeah. I don't want to do shit.
Well, with that said, bro, I know you weren't ready to get off here soon, and I got barking dogs outside. I'm gonna go take care of. But it was good talking to y'all today, bro.
All right, Undergroove.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, definitely.
Peace, man. Thanks for coming up.
Keep it light, bro. Be in touch.
Why would I lose my chat?
All right, Charles. Hey, I'll be sure to text you later. I still got your number.
All right. All right, bro.
Peace, bro.
Thanks for coming
Be
up.
well. Yep.
Peace to everybody, man. Peace to the trolls. Peace to everyone in the chat. Peace to everybody, man. Peace to the subscribers, the haters, the lovers. Peace to Jesus. Peace to Satan. You know. Peace, boy. Cadence. Smoking G Sharp. Verily, verily. Man, just peace to everyone. I'm not going to name all these names. There's so many. I appreciate you all. And see y'all next time, man.